This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Tuesday, February 18th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. The final death toll of the Green River Tunnel 26 vehicle collision is 3. That's according to Wyoming's highway authorities, who add that one person remains hospitalized as of Monday evening. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland traveled to Green River Monday to assess the damage caused by a crash just outside the westbound Green River Tunnel late Friday morning that ended in a pileup, a fire, and a series of explosions.
I took a run into the tunnel at first light, and it was acrid even as I approached from several feet away. And it was stark. It was striking, too, because the construction crew was already hard at work. They had lighting set up in the eastbound tunnel, and the westbound tunnel, not only was it not lit at that time, but it was completely charred. The exterior all the way up the hillside and the inside was completely blackened. So I walked into it in the ash, and I walked through the first 2/3. As I got closer to the scene, the ash at my feet was very thick, and I didn't want to trudge through it and disturb anything, but I could see kind of the husks of vehicles and parts and just charred bits everywhere.
McFarland met with Andrea Domhoff, a single mother from Green River who narrowly escaped the blaze. Domhoff said she's struggling with the psychological effects of coming so close to death.
She was so bold about sharing her story. She said a few things about that. A, it helps for her to talk about it because it's such a huge experience to carry, good and bad, because, she has this new lease on life, but she's also carrying the flashbacks. And B, she really wanted Ray Norton to receive recognition. She credits him with saving her life. And C, she wanted everyone else who's going through what she's going through, who survived that ordeal, to know how she feels and that they're not alone if they're experiencing a lot of these big things right now.
Whiteout director Darren Westby told audiences on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake Nichols that while he could not draw conclusions Monday about what might have caused the crash, he warned Wyoming drivers generally about the state's deceptive weather.
The difference between one side of the tunnel and the other, you could come into it on the east side and the weather be just fine. You come out on the west side, which it's only a quarter mile long. The weather can be completely different. And so being prepared for that is always interesting. It's a very necessary tunnel. Otherwise, we'll be putting 9,000 vehicles a day somewhere else, which is what's happening right now. And so the crew is working really hard. I believe the Wyoming Highway Patrol investigation, they're done with their portion of it. Now it's analyzing all the data, putting all that together to develop the investigation report. The National Safety Transportation Board is also on scene.
Troopers will use the evidence they've gathered to reconstruct the crash digitally to determine narratives, causes, and other details, and construction crews are working to prepare the eastbound tunnel for two-way traffic. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Did you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
A video of 3 turkeys chasing each other around a tombstone in Fargo, North Dakota, had people wondering if the turkeys were having some kind of weird little seance. But Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean spoke to a Laramie rancher who said turkeys just plain do dumb things sometimes. This was behavior Corinne Shady has seen 1,000,000 times on her farm, where she raises yaks and about 300 heritage turkeys.
These guys are just like the original mobsters. The male turkeys are after each other all the time. There's a pecking order out there, by golly, and they want to make sure you know it. Corinne Shady saw that video circulating and all those people commenting, it's a seance, or they trained them to do that. No, you don't have to train turkeys to chase each other around. It's just what they naturally and normally do every single day because they are out to get each other together and prove that they are the mob boss of all mob bosses.
Turkeys, Shady has observed, can be really quite violent. Since seeing the video of 3 turkeys chasing each other around a tombstone, she said she's thought about putting a tombstone out in her yard to see if she can get some toms chasing each other around that, rather than just beating each other up. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
I had a pretty normal mom life. Everything was pretty good, and it was a very happy life.
And we just had a new baby. And then all of a sudden, within a day or two, she's on life support and fighting for her life.
They told me my only chance was a heart transplant.
And the American Heart Association helped make that possible. Their research helped save me.
The American Heart Association funds research that leads to medical breakthroughs, trains people in CPR, and certifies hospitals to provide the best care for people who've had a heart attack or stroke.
I'm very thankful for the American Heart Association.
One simple act today can save your life or the life of a loved one.
Heart disease is the #1 killer in America. To learn more about how the American Heart Association is saving lives, go to helpheart.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and we're going to get to it. We're following these stories today. Tunnel fire fix underway as authorities mourn the loss of 3 lives in the fiery Friday crash. Detour traffic rolling heavy through Green River's already inconvenienced the locals. 2 dead after a side-by-side breaks through the ice and sinks in Glendale Reservoir. Wyoming already feeling the effects of Doge as cuts to forest and park personnel have been recorded. Wyoming ranchers fighting against lab-grown beef. Gross. Turkey trot around a gravestone proves turkeys ain't too smart. Jen, you don't have any turkeys over your joint, do you?
I wish I did have turkeys. I find them endlessly fascinating, and I positively love that story.
Yeah,
I could sit there and watch those turkeys all day with them.
I thought it was on a loop for a while. And like I tried to find the place where it broke and then looped back, but it was just 3 tom turkeys chasing each other around a gravestone.
I just appreciated their energy. That was really amazing.
They got a lot of energy.
Mm-hmm.
Strong on energy, long on energy, short on brains, though. I don't
That's
know.
about right. That's about right.
What are you working on? You had that missing person case that you wanted to keep with, follow up on. This has been a while. This is months in counting now.
Yeah, she's been gone for 7 months, almost 8. And there was a lot of questions about why I just now am covering it, or it's been out there, and I know that, but I've been trying to find people who will talk to me. I never like to do those missing person stories unless I have a friend or somebody who knows her well. And so I was able to finally get 2 of her friends to come out and talk to me. And it's been a process, that's not the easiest thing to do because your life is then out there also. And if there is foul play, that's a small town. The police, however, do not believe there is foul play. They're basing everything on that identification of a clerk in Casper. However, there was no follow-up with that witness as far as she was not positively seen on surveillance. So everything is riding on that one positive ID.
What did she walk away from? I know there's a boyfriend who said that Natasha just, she definitely left. Like that was of her own accord. She has kids. What was she leaving?
That's about it. She had pretty debilitating seizures, so she wasn't able to work. So from my understanding, she would do kind of small tasks for friends and whatnot. And she does have 7 children, and they're living with the ex-husband. So their living situation was a bit complicated. It sounds like she lived there sometimes, but she did have a new boyfriend, and it's my understanding. I'm not sure where they were living, the boyfriend and the Natasha. So she left that. So she left the boyfriend for sure.
Got it.
He says he went inside to drop off car keys to his mother because he had borrowed her car. And then when he came back, she was gone, and she had a backpack and a purse, is my understanding. And then she just left. So that's what he says.
And left in a car or on foot?
He did not say. He just said she left.
Oh, what's this Casper sighting?
Yeah, the Casper sighting, apparently, according to the convenience store clerk, she was staying at a motel that was right across the street from the convenience store. So he said that she would come back and forth for a couple times, couple days in a row, and then he didn't see her again. So she vanished from there as well. And the police chief is absolutely positive that that sighting is legitimate. And in his mind, she's gone from Lusk. So at this point, it's in a different jurisdiction, and he doesn't know. I mean, he acknowledged that it is concerning that she hasn't contacted anyone, because she did go off the rails and from time to time, but it was only 2 weeks tops. And again, I hear this all the time, Jake. I've told you, everybody says that it's unlike them to do this because they've never done it before. So we'll see. We'll see. I will definitely stay and continue following it.
As you mentioned, this woman has some medical issues, Tourette's syndrome, epilepsy, seizures, and she's occasionally in the past been known to use marijuana to kind of ease those symptoms, but she's not really known as a drug user per se.
That's what I've heard very conflicting stories on that. Since my story published, I've received some emails to say, no, she was harder into drugs than they let on. And, I don't know what the truth is. And that's neither here nor there when you have a missing person. Regardless, the people who do go missing tend to be the vulnerable ones on the edges. So this, her drug use, whether or not that is, more serious than her friend led me to believe, is I think almost beside the point, other than it puts her in that really vulnerable category of people who are, without homes, with drug addicted. That's a big problem with missing people.
Well, in today's world, you can't get far without money. Is she living on cash? Has she got a card we could trace? What's going on with that?
Yeah, no card that you can trace. I think she was living on the little, I don't know. I do not know her financial situation, but I did ask the police chief, and he said there was nothing to track financially. So whatever that means. And she did have a cell phone, and it was given to her by a friend, I believe. And the friends had tried calling that, and it did ring for a couple days, and then it stopped ringing, and now it's completely shut off. It was one of those, I don't know, burner phones. Is that what they're called? The temporary phones with temporary numbers, and you pay every month or whatever those things
work. The burners.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a thing, but I like saying it.
Yeah,
I like thinking about burner phones.
Sounds good. I think it's a thing. I think silencers on a gun are a thing, but Mark calls them suppressors. And I'm like, well, come on.
Yeah, don't push Mark on that.
Right. All right. So if you had a moment to talk to Natasha, if she is watching and listening to this show, what would you say? I would. I know it's between like missing person and I just wanted to walk out for a little bit. And, if that's the case, that's cool, Natasha. I would just, people do care about you, and we got news and law enforcement caring about you. I would give Lusk Police Department a call, 334-2212. Just say, hey, I'm fine. I'm just checked out. Give Jen an email, Jen at cowboystatedaily.com. Just send her an email saying, I'm fine. I'm just checked out. Leave me alone.
Just checked out. That's exactly what I would say to her. People care about you. A lot of times I don't think people realize how much they're missed or how much people definitely care about them. And Natasha is beloved. I mean, her friends came forward and they're very worried about her. And so I say, just call somebody. If you're out there and you want to be on your own, that's perfect. That's your right. But just let somebody know. But again, she's a mom of 7, and that's something I heard over and over is she wouldn't just walk away from those kids.
Yeah, sometimes we do feel like walking away from things. And yeah, you got kids, you got people who care about you, Natasha. So at least get in touch so we can stop worrying and wondering. What else? Anything else going on, Jen?
Yeah, I'm working on something that is very exciting to me and super interesting. And it's about a Jane Doe case, as if I could step away from missing people for a second. But this woman was found in 1993 in Elko, Nevada, and she was definitely murdered. However, the Wyoming twist is that they were able to trace her to Afton, Wyoming. So she spent the last 7 months of her life in Afton, Wyoming. And the way they were able to do that, which is what is so exciting to me, is through isotopes in her drinking water. And they do that via a hair sample. And I was just reading about this actually before I jumped on with you, but they do that through hydrogen and oxygen and hydrogen, maybe, don't quote me on that, but they're able to gather based on, it wouldn't work from what I understand in large cities, but when they can break it down in distinct water sources, they're able to determine geographically where that person lived. And I just find that amazing. So my goal today is to find somebody who will talk to me about it. I have a hunch this science was done at University of Utah, but I'm having a hard time finding phone numbers to call people in an isotope lab.
Yeah. Where do you start? Isotope lab, university. Yeah.
Yeah. And I find lab people do not work around phones. Like least, I mean, they could care. There is no secretary in a lab. They're just in there working.
Really good point.
Yeah. So I'm going to find one though, because I find that fascinating, and just the evolution of what you can do with, DNA and hair analysis. Who knew? Jake, if you go missing, they'll know exactly where you came from.
They could from where I live. That's so weird. That is interesting. Yeah. I have to say, I was probably in Elko, Nevada in 1993. Is that when you said 93?
Yeah, don't say that, Jake. Don't say that. It's lining up too carefully.
Wait, 1993. No, too early.
Oh, okay. Did you live there, or were you passing through?
No. It's a place I passed through a lot. I used to love going to Nevada a lot, and I loved Elko, and Elko's so cool. Yeah. Well, I hope that's so weird. Maybe the story is the tech, that technology. It's really interesting. I hope you get a hold of somebody if it is University of Utah. Yeah, that's really interesting.
Yeah, I agree. And then I'm still digging into the legacy, the local nursing home here in Gillette, where there were 2 people died in November and December. So I'm working on that, trying to talk to some people who have more information and looking at some of their past records as far as their inspection records, and to see if there's any patterns of neglect or abuse.
Yeah, legacy is the place where we had the 1 death, and then 2 we found out just by chance, sort of, from the coroner. And good deal.
Also, I'm looking into a private investigator who may have new information on the John Benet Ramsey case. Supposedly he had the person who may have murdered her, who is one of the police's suspects, may have confessed. So I'm working on that also.
That would be huge. That would be a big one. Okay, Jen. That's a lot on your plate.
Yep. Staying busy, looking up isotopes and watching turkeys run around a grave.
Yeah, just for calming influence. Whenever you need a break, watch those turkeys chase each other.
It's my new go-to.
I heard though they're like mean to each other. Like
I know that made me sad. They're pecking and
they will peck you and like naughty turkeys.
I didn't like that. I loved her reference to mob bosses. That made me happy.
That was good. All right.
You have a good one.
Thank you, Jen. You too. Have a great Tuesday. Jen Coker joins us on the Cowboy State Daily, and she's got a few stories you should be checking out, including this missing person case that continues to be disturbing. A mother of 7 just walks off the job, so to speak. And ex-husband, boyfriend, all say it's unusual, not like her. She was spotted later in Casper. She's from Lusk. That's where she left the earth momentarily, it looks like, and then was seen in Casper a few weeks later, but not since. And this is going back to July. So any news of Natasha Roqueo, be interested to know. Here's Jen with more. I know we just talked to her, but here's more about that story that we didn't flesh out perhaps.
Well, it's been almost 7 months since anyone has seen or heard from Natasha Roquejo. The 41-year-old mother of 7 children disappeared last July from her home in Lusk, a small rural community of around 1,400 people in the southeastern corner of Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that her boyfriend at the time said Roquejo left town on her own, and Lusk police tend to agree. Her friends and family, however, say they're concerned and said there's no way Roquejo would not have been in touch with them by now.
She was actually reported missing in July, by the end of July, and her case was entered into DCI. The reason I am just now covering it is I had trouble finding people to speak to me on the record. It's a risk to come forward. So her friends were very brave in coming forward, and they were able to share her story. The police chief, Gordon, who I spoke to, believes there is no criminal element to this missing person case, and he believes adamantly that she left Lusk because she was cited in Casper 2 weeks later. And that was an eyewitness testimony by a convenience store clerk who said he recognized her by her missing person poster. However, she was never verified missing on surveillance cameras.
Anyone with information is asked to contact the Lusk Police Department or DCI. Tipsters can also report anonymously on DCI's website.
Well, Cowboy State Daily has a pretty good reach as far as readership, and this Cowboy State Daily show with Jake has very good viewership, ratings numbers. So someone, somewhere, somehow may have seen Natasha and may know something. So give a call to the numbers at the bottom of the story, police, law enforcement, or give Jen an email. I know you can call the Lusk Police Department, 307-334-2212. If you can remain anonymous, if you think you've seen her, just pass along the info, and we want to make sure everything's okay. Let's take a quick break. We'll get right back into the show with Greg Johnson, managing editor of the Cowboy State Daily, right after this.
When she was 19 weeks pregnant with Finn, Kelly went in for a routine ultrasound.
The doctor knew that something was wrong when he looked at his heart and saw that there weren't any chambers and there were abnormal connections.
After Finn was born, he needed multiple surgeries and procedures just so he could survive.
He has had 17 procedures, including 2 open heart surgeries. To be perfectly honest, I can't see Finn even getting past birth without the American Heart Association.
Finn's entire family is grateful to the American Heart Association. Their support of life-saving research and medical breakthroughs gave Finn a second chance at life.
I love to go on bike rides with my daddy. Thank you for helping kids like me.
Learn how you can join us in the fight to help prevent death from heart disease and stroke at helpheart.org today.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you. And we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So?
So, individually, maybe those things are no big deal. But taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
As a mom, I want my kids' lives to be filled with joy and possibility, and I want that for every kid. That's why I support No Kid Hungry. They work in schools and communities to make sure every kid gets the healthy meals they need. Please join me in supporting No Kid Hungry for all kids.
I've always loved space football. Growing up, some people told me I had to choose. But here's the deal. You can be great at more than one thing. And getting involved in STEM opens up your world to a universe of opportunities in life. This is my time. Get inspired and get involved today. There are STEM programs and science centers available in your community, so be sure to check out spaceforall.us to learn more and get started. This is my time. There ain't no doubt in my mind. Find your place in space. This is my time. Space for All.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues. Hour one, we got Greg Johnson in the room. Bam! Just like that, managing editor. Greg, we're still talking about this fiery tunnel. I'm so happy Andrea Domoff got out of there. And Ray, thanks for your assistance. Ray Norton, the kind of unsung hero of the fiery tunnel crash. He went back in and tried to assist other people, by the way. This mysterious Ray Norton, he helped this single mom, Andrea, out of the tunnel after he had helped his own family get out and get into open space. And then he went back in for more.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure there are stories like that coming from it. And, that they confirmed so far, that the death toll at 3 is what they're saying it is. It's pretty incredible when you think 26 vehicles, that's at least 26 people in there. And you look at those aftermath photos and you think only 3 people died from that. That's pretty amazing. That doesn't mean that it won't still go up. There are people who are hurt. We've heard that some are pretty serious, so we don't know if that final death toll will go up. But they're saying for now that's what it is. Pretty incredible.
It was interesting to hear Andrea's recount when she saw trouble ahead and tried to stop. Then she recalls being bumped more than once. And then everything come to a stop. And she even, I don't know how she got service in those tunnels. That's not a huge tunnel, but usually I lose the radio, if I'm listening to a radio station. But she gets on the cell phone and texts her dad or calls her dad and said, I'm stuck in the tunnel. No real, alarm or danger yet. And then the fireball shoots by her. And she's probably like a lot of people, you're stuck in the tunnel and you probably don't want to get out of your car right away because, other people are coming
the
into.
Instinct is probably, I stay in.
Sit tight, yeah. Right. Don't get out of there because the pileup may still be happening. And the most dangerous thing you can do is get out at that point. But once the fireball goes by your car, all bets are off. She told her dad about that. The dad said, get out. Boy, was he right. She just kind of put her arm up against the wall to find herself and follow the voice of Ray Norton.
I guess Ray kind of, from what she was saying, kind of told them, hey, feel the wall and get out. It's pretty incredible. There's so much smoke. She's saying, it was hard to. It's just you can't imagine, having to be in something like that, and the fact that and she talked to Claire, saying, she wanted to make sure she knew the people knew that guys like Ray were, doing that stuff.
Yeah. Ray's keeping it on the down low, I guess, but we recognize him as a hero of the moment for sure. Green River right now, though, the town of Green River, where this is happening, handling an extra 18,000 vehicles per day. That's a lot that are detouring through the town. And it's creating a ton of traffic. The trucks are shaking the ground, and restaurant business I thought would be up because you got all these people coming through, but it turns out, the locals can't even get into their own favorite restaurant. They can't cross the street. It's just truck. That's going to last through today, and hopefully tomorrow they got a fix.
Yeah. And some of the comments were like this. So I would think business would be up. But, those people are trying to get through. They're not trying to stop.
Yeah.
And if they're in that, kind of a 20-mile-an-hour traffic jam through the main street, number one, I don't know if, they can find a place to park. And number two, it's kind of like, just get through it. I'm not stopping on this because then you got to get back into it. To get out. So
true. It's a temporary solution right now to have people just get off, exit the interstate, go through that town that's off the exit, and then get back on. But hopefully by tomorrow, there'll be the eastbound tunnel will be doubled up with two-way traffic, and it'll be a slowdown, but it'll be a better solution than driving through Green River.
Then it'll be then the traffic jam will be up there instead of
which sometimes a traffic calming device like slow down for a two-lane tunnel might not be a bad thing, especially in winter on I-80. It was great to have Director of YDOT Darren Westby with us yesterday to explain everything about like what's going on in NTSB. Looks like are wrapping up their investigation. They're pulling everything out of that tunnel. Now it's time to figure out how you're going to fix it, have the engineers look at it. But Darren did say the accident started outside the tunnel, which was the first time we heard news of that. And that was what caused this whole backup. And I believe that's where the two fatalities were. So you can see exiting that tunnel, you go from dry pavement inside a tunnel to, whoa, we're back out on Interstate 80, winter, maybe slippery ice, snow-packed ice. And that's tough when you're going through the tunnels. It's a reminder to be ready coming out of that tunnel for whatever weather, not necessarily the same weather that you went into the tunnel experiencing.
Yep. Yeah, I mean it's just an amazing crash. I don't mean amazing as in great. It's just in what happened in there. It's not a long tunnel, but man, I bet the people inside thought it was pretty long.
And it could have been way, way worse. I mean, this is a better case scenario. It could have been way worse. 26 vehicles involved, but have you seen those camera sitting on a pile up where people can't stop? It's just there's been a crash on the interstate and they just keep coming sliding in one after another because they can't stop. I mean, it's scary, and they don't seem to end. This one, at least, it looked like everybody got woed down pretty quick. Like, hey, you're not going to get in that tunnel. It's full. We got a problem.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they had that huge, what was it, a 40 or 50 car pileup on I-80 with 2 or 3 years ago, man. It was,
yeah,
it was just like that.
One after another. And yeah, you don't want to get it in your car. Your car might be the safest place to be unless you think you can make a dash for it and get out of there. But yeah, some of those can really start piling up. How about these two guys? Well, we're assuming they're two men. We only have an ID still on one. Greg, what's going on with the Glenda Reservoir and the side-by-side that broke through the ice?
Well, that's what happened. Two guys on a side-by-side broke through a thin patch in the ice Saturday, went down. They went out, tried to get them, ran into dark and weather, and had to come back Sunday, and they found them and recovered them. One, was a 71-year-old guy, and the coroner hasn't released the identity of the other guy yet. But it's I'd call it a freak thing, but I mean, because it's not thin all over, but that's what you gotta be aware of that stuff. You can't just, if it's safe to drive around on one spot doesn't mean it's safe everywhere. And especially side by sides are, I mean, they're bigger than your average ATV. They're made to they're made to work and stuff. So it's a big,
they're kind of heavy.
So it's just I mean, it's just a it's just a sad thing. And for those rescuers, knowing what they're looking for down there is, that's not, it's an understatement to say it's not a pleasant task.
Albany County Sheriff's Office is at it along with rescue crews. It's now become a recovery mission. I'm just wondering, and the story is from Andrew Rossi. I'm just wondering how we got the ID of one and not the ID of the other. And I don't know the coroner released
Andrew
either.
Talked to the brother of one of them and confirmed it.
Okay. And we still don't know who the other person is.
No, the coroner hasn't told us, Jake. I told you that.
Okay.
I mean, we reached out to him and he didn't get back to us. He said that they have been identified, but he didn't identify the second one by name. But Andrew did talk to the brother of the guy that were ID'd, who confirmed it was him, and gave a shout out to the first responders, saying that they're heroes for doing what they do. And it's just sad. I mean, on top of the tunnel a few days prior, it's just ice fishing is a good thing. People love it, and especially this time of year. I think most people just assume it's pretty safe by now.
Yeah, you would think so, but it's tricky to gauge ice and how thick it is. Tough story, especially following all these other stories of tragedy. Sally Ann Shermer and I talked about that yesterday. Like, what the heck? It's not Wyoming's best week. Wasn't the greatest October for that couple, Bill and Susie, who had a truck crash into their house. And now Leo Wilson with a follow-up, finding out that they're having trouble getting anyone to insure it anymore. State Farm will pay out, but they want nothing to do with them anymore. And when their coverage expires on April 1st, they're going to be looking to hopefully find anyone who will insure their home. Is this a home that's been hit before? Is it in like a certain curve?
I think that's the first time it's been hit.
So
it's not like it's a multiple hit thing, but and the thing is that the person responsible, the ultimately responsible person is like some
homeless guy who doesn't, can't pay, so their insurance has to pay out. And so their insurance saying, well, yeah, we're not gonna we're not gonna insure you anymore, which is pretty ridiculous. And the homeowners make the point that anybody would make. You spend, especially with a home, many times decades, paying into these insurance companies, never making a claim, a freak accident, a freak thing comes out, so the company has to pay, and so they drop you. So that's not insurance. That's extortion. That's like that's like the Goombas coming into your business and saying, pay for protection, but they don't protect you. You just pay them to not,
Yeah.
to not burn your place down or so. I mean, that's just it's it's ridiculous, but it falls into a pattern of insurance stuff that Renee Jean has been writing about for about a year now, of people with their homes in Wyoming and elsewhere that they're dropping the homeowners insurance. They won't insure them, and it's a real problem.
In the case of, wildfire and stuff like that, if you are an at-risk home property, I could see why some insurance companies might jack your rates or just refuse to insure you. In this case, yeah, it is just a weird freak. How many times is a truck going to come crashing into your living room? How many times is that truck that crashed into your living room has been the guy who's not at fault? Unfortunately, the one who knocked him into the house is at fault, and he doesn't have anything, insurance or otherwise. And yeah, Bill Lemke, one of the homeowner was Susan Degner. Bill points out what a lot of us, I think, know is with insurance companies, you can pay them and pay them and pay them, but once you go to use it, that's a no-no. They'll take your money pretty good, but they're a lot tighter distributing it back out when you need it. That's insurance in a nutshell, whether it's vehicle or home or anything.
Yeah, that's I kind of feel for those guys. That's State Farm is it's I don't know. That's just their insurance company has to be State Farm, but we've heard of things from different companies too. So I think it's kind of an industry thing, and it's almost become a joke now. You make the claim, and the standard operating procedure is to, number one, make it as difficult as possible so that the guy will give up the claim, and then if they don't, then you lowball them on the claim, and it's like I don't know. I'm sure not everyone is like that, and there are good agents out there and things like that, but there are just too many examples that kind of drive that stereotype.
Mm-hmm. I want to talk about Wyoming and Montana ranchers that are against laboratory-grown beef with good reason. Interesting story from David Madison. And we'll talk about why turkeys are circling a grave site and other stuff. But we got to take a quick break. Greg, hang with us. We'll be right back in 3 minutes.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people. What are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh, gosh, she dressed funny. But we're talking the same thing. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams, refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds. Heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues. Greg Johnson, Cowboy State Daily managing editor in the Zoom room. We're in hour one, just kind of glossing over the morning stories. Both Montana and Wyoming have legislators concerned about lab-grown meat. There's a lot to this story from David Madison. Besides potential laws banning lab-grown meat in two beef-producing states like Montana and Wyoming, there's also mention of something that I didn't know, and that was these four major big meat packers had to pay out on a lawsuit accused of colluding and trying to keep prices down or stable or just monkey with beef prices. All these four large meat packers, and they all four of them, by the way, Tyson, Cargill, JBS, and National Beef, have invested hundreds of millions in lab meat companies. So what's going on with our beef? Weird. You going to eat any lab meat?
It's the rise of Soylent Green is what it is.
Yeah. So weird.
It's this is something we've written about before. You know, Wyoming has kind of taken it on about lab grown meat and in a state where beef is a huge industry. You know, that's a concern. It's seems like it's kind of like the what the wind and solar is to coal and oil. Lab grown meat is is it meat? Can you grow it in a and it's like there's also debates over labeling. Can you call it U.S. if it's all this beef from all over the world is put into a grinder and you grind it up and there's this much of it is U.S. grown, so you call it U.S. grown. It's and it's a type of thing. Do you if you're at a restaurant and they give you a steak and they tell you it was grown in a lab instead of on a cow, are you going to eat it or not? Do you have to tell people that it was grown in a lab? I don't know. Yeah, it's a whole new debate now that we have the ability and the technology to do this stuff. Do you grow it in a lab? Do you just clone them? I mean, that's probably another debate. But yeah, and you think about it with these big four, an $83.5 million settlement. It seems like a lot, but to those guys, that's not much at all. I mean, they probably made a lot more through their collusion.
Right. And yeah, that was a scary part of the story, to learn how money, whenever you follow the money and your eyes get open to things, that's kind of concerning. Lab grown meat, you decide whether that's something you want to consume or not. Here's how you're going to know if it's a real cow or lab grown meat when you're out at a restaurant. If it's lab grown meat, you can't afford it. That's the one good thing right now about laboratory meat. It costs a lot. It's cheaper to produce an actual beef cow. $29 a pound for lab grown meat, but that's going to come down when they get better at it.
Yeah, and I think that's why they're kind of behind it, is because it's like, at some point, where does it reach that critical mass where it's cheaper for us, the lab grow meat, than it is to pay the farmer to raise it. And they must think at some point it's going to be that way. Otherwise, they wouldn't be doing it.
Yeah. I think a lot like big pharma. Once proprietary things have expired, once your trademarks or whatever you got to do have expired, and anybody can get in on the generic production of lab-grown meat, that the prices will come down, and we'll get better at it. The prices will come down, but it'll still be this weird gray slab of meat on your plate. And can you call it beef? That's a big
and
thing.
The thing. I mean, can you call it beef? Can you call it chicken? If it isn't beef or chicken, and is it? And are you growing like a meat substitute, or are you growing like actual meat that it's? I mean, that's the thing. Is it something that vegans will say, oh yeah, this is great, or is it just it doesn't come from a cow, but it is actual, meat, however you've grown this blob of meat or something in the lab.
Right. Oh, those people,
ethical things there.
The people that are all worried about methane from cow farts and burps are going to be all behind this as well, because right now what lab-grown meat is cell cultures in a stainless steel vat, put in a soup of amino acids and vitamins, minerals, and extracted fetal bovine serum of unborn calves. So,
well, then that's
weird.
Yeah, I wouldn't think vegans will go for that.
Yeah, no, this will be, yeah, it's sort of, the vegans won't want to eat it because it technically to them it is meat and beef, but to real beef and meat eaters, it's not meat and beef enough. So it'll live in this weird middle area. I could see this being, once the prices come down, this is how you'll feed your third world nations. This is how global governments will feed the masses. It's Soylent Green.
Yeah. It is. It's the whole Soylent, right. The Soylent complex going on there.
Yeah, you might be onto something, Greg. What's with them turkeys running around the gravestone?
I don't know, man. Did you see that? Did you watch the video?
Yeah, it was. I'm like,
that's freaky.
It's like Keystone Cops. You could set it to any kind of music and it would be fun. Something revved up and fast. But yeah,
around the headstone. I mean, it is kind of spooky, man. I mean, what do the turkeys know that we don't know?
I don't know. And can we make any Any conclusions about the direction they go around the grave? Like whose gravestone it is? The name Harris was on there. Some people had fun with that. But yeah, I guess just turkeys doing turkey things. I've never owned a turkey. I've got my problems with peacocks, but they wouldn't be dumb enough to do this. I don't think, not for very long. You want to shell out a few grand to buy one of those old state welcome signs? They're selling the old ones. They've taken them all down, and we got all the new ones up, which I don't like, and nobody seems to like, but they're selling the old ones. Them. Oh, yeah?
Yeah, they're okay. They're okay. I mean, I wasn't a huge fan of the other ones either, so. I mean, I haven't seen any, like, welcome to signs from different states where I look at it and say, wow, that's awesome.
Nothing blows you away, right?
Yeah, they're all right.
Yeah. I still think we ought to go back to basics. People, there's like this retro thing and no photos, just brown and gold.
Yeah, well, I think people expect to see, the logo,
Oh yeah, we'll put the buck and horse on there. But I'm saying no photos, but two color. That's it. Dual color. You got just a big old brown sign with gold lettering. Wyoming. You don't even have to say welcome. It's Wyoming. And then the buck and horse ride. Just simple, man. Strip it down. That's my idea. But anyway, Anna Louise has a good story about where those old signs go. They get auctioned off for a pretty penny. In fact, YDOT's looking for more than it costs to make the signs to be recouped when they auction them off. And all that money goes into their fund to make more bad signs or meh signs until they listen to me and just make a simple brown and gold. Anything else is fun?
Yeah, well, yeah, just good. Just more stuff. Those. I like Mark's story on how huge the black bears get back east. He calls them blimps. They get to be blimps out there.
They are big. I mean, it's
over 800 pounds. Some of them.
Yeah.
I mean, that's huge. You think of the size of ours. I know that our black bears and grizzlies. They're pretty ferocious, but they don't get to that size. They don't the size up in Alaska with those Kodiaks.
Right. Oh, the Kodiaks. Well, they got salmon just swimming into their mouths, right? I've seen that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's good eating. That's high fat diet. It's all the diet that Mark Hines points out in his story. Eastern black bears are just big. I mean, 700-pound bears. Back there, that would be pretty big for a grizz out here. It's just, they get to eat a lot more good stuff in eastern states. Fresh crops, insects, other rich foods. Black bears pig out in the eastern states.
Yeah, I guess our bears have to work a little harder for their food.
Yeah. They got to walk longer. They just walk for miles and they tip over one log and there's some ants. And they eat them, and that's it for the day. It's tough, man.
Yeah, that's right. In Alaska, they get to just sit in the stream as the salmon just basically jump right into their mouths. It's a
good thing. If these bears had internet, man, they'd be upset how fat and waddling the black bears get, and then they'd watch the Kodiak with fish just jumping into their belly. Yeah, it doesn't seem fair.
They'd all migrate.
They would leave.
But it's just amazing to think of bears that big, the black bears, because you usually think of black bears as being kind of smaller, at least from around here. That's
right.
What I think of, but.
Right. Yeah, they get pretty big. I seen a big mama black bear once. She was gigantic. She had to be. I say gigantic, 400 pounds maybe, but that's big for here. Yeah, back east, I can't imagine 700-pound bears, but Mark Hines has that story. You got to check it out.
You know, in Colorado Springs at the Cheyenne Mountain Zoo, there you can feed the bears. They got these little vending machines next to the enclosures. They look like they're just gumball machines. You put a quarter in or whatever, and you turn it, and it gives you like a little handful of like bear feed, and you could throw it in. You could throw
Bear
it into 'em.
feed.
Yeah, I'm sure it's it's just how they get fed in the wild too.
Dang, careful,
I
count your
remember doing that
fingers.
as a kid.
All right. Well, that'll do it for us, Greg, on Tuesday. Have a great day.
All right. Thanks, Jake. Don't feed the bears.
No, don't feed the bears. They're already big enough. Working our way to the top of the hour. Wendy Core's News next. We'll see you on the other side of that. It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues on this Tuesday.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Tuesday, February 18th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. 2 men lost their lives Saturday after the side-by-side UTV they were in fell through a patch of thin ice on Glendale Reservoir in Platte County. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that multiple agencies responded to the 911 call that came in just before 10 a.m., but by then it was too late.
At this time of year, the ice can be up to a foot thick on the Glendale Reservoir. But when you have rapid warmings and coolings like we've had in southern Wyoming, you can get these spots where it gets a little bit thinner, where the ice melts and then it refreezes again, so it's not quite as thick. And unfortunately, they just found one of these pockets where it was only 4 inches thick and they fell straight through. And there was just no chance for them, unfortunately.
One of the victims was 71-year-old Beulah resident Bill Pridgeon, which Cowboy State Daily confirmed via his brother, Hank. Hank thanked the first responders, who he called heroes, for attempting the rescue in the bitter cold. The identity of the second victim was not confirmed as of press time. Officials warned that Glendale Reservoir is not safe for winter recreation at the moment. Cheyenne residents Bill Lemke and Susie Degner are going through an insurance nightmare for something completely out of their control. The couple are rebuilding their home after a truck crashed into it during a freak accident last October, leaving a huge hole in the side of their house and at least $30,000 in damage. But Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson reports that State Farm Insurance is dropping their home coverage and no other company will insure them.
The problem is they have an open claim to fix those damages still. Lemke has not been able to find someone to perform the masonry needed to replace the brick wall on the house. So the open claim is just kind of sitting out there, and they're waiting till the spring when they'll realistically be able to find somebody to come do it. They're not able to find a new insurance carrier to replace State Farm as their provider for their home because of the open claim. So this is going to result in them possibly having a lapse in their coverage for at least a few months.
State Farm has informed the couple it will still pay out the property damages related to the car crash, but will drop their home insurance coverage once it expires April 1st. Well, although often overshadowed by mighty grizzlies, Wyoming's black bears are nothing to trifle with. But Outdoors reporter Mark Hines spoke to one bear expert who explained that in eastern states, black bears have unrestricted access to fresh crops, insects, and other rich foods. That calorie-loaded diet turns them into lumbering tanks that would make Wyoming's bears look puny by comparison.
They have rotating crops of wheat, soybeans, and corn. And so they just go in there and gorge. He sent me photos of one bear that was shot by a hunter there in 98, which is 880 pounds, which is, as far as anybody knows, that is the biggest black bear ever officially weighed. He, again, showed me pictures. This thing is gigantic, way bigger even than a lot of Wyoming grizzlies. But he said, really, at the end of the day, at least in his opinion, grizzlies are still scarier, or they still demand more respect.
For the most part, people don't worry about bear attacks in North Carolina and the surrounding region because they have plenty of crops and natural food sources to stuff themselves. However, research indicates that on the rare occasions that black bears do attack, the bear is actually trying to eat the person. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Did you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
Allusions to Frankenstein and the Matrix have punctuated discussion of new laws to protect food traditions and ban the sale of meat created in a laboratory. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that a group of lawmakers in Montana and Wyoming believe their states should join Alabama and Florida in banning lab-grown meat.
4 big meat packers are also interested in getting into the business of lab-produced meats, meaning they could basically cut the producer out of the equation and go from lab to table instead of farm to table.
Wyoming House Bill 168 passed out of the House and awaits a vote in the Wyoming Senate. In Montana, House Bill 401 remains under consideration by the Montana House. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Corr and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues hour 2. Facebook Live comments from Kenneth. Bill Gates has companies that make and sell lab-grown meat. It's true, Kenneth. At least according to the interwebs, Bill Gates has invested in companies that produce lab-grown meat, including Upside Foods and Memphis Meats. Stories in the news cycle today for Wyoming anyway, because of interesting developments law-wise, lawmaking-wise. David Madison has the story in the Cowboy State Daily. Wyoming and Montana legislators seek to ban lab-grown meat, and allusions to Frankenstein and the Matrix punctuate the discussion for real. Details about how meat for human consumption is grown in laboratories does not exactly make for polite dinner conversation. Montana House Rep Randon Gregg made it clear during a recent committee hearing up there in Montana when he offered this recipe for lab-grown meat. Randon says, we're putting animal cell cultures into a stainless steel vat where we then add a soup of amino acids and vitamins, minerals, and extracted fetal bovine serum of our unborn calves. Randon Gregg told the Montana House and Ag Committee as he mixed in allusions to Hollywood science fiction during his testimony. Gregg described lab-grown meat as Mary Shelley's Frankenstein meets Keanu Reeves in The Matrix. I love his closing. I like how they do things. They're very theatrical up there in Montana. He closed with the testimony with a quote from Jeff Goldblum from Jurassic Park. He said, your scientists were so preoccupied with whether or not they could, they didn't stop to think if they should. Wyoming has a similar bill that would ban meat, similar to Montana. Wyoming House Bill 168 would prohibit the manufacture, sale, and distribution of cultivated meat for human consumption. It passed out of the House. It waits vote in the Senate. This all transpires. Now, this opens up a topic and an issue that will be ongoing for perhaps decades. And maybe there'll become a time when we're used to lab-grown food, and that's kind of the only way we can feed society anymore. You know, sometime in the future, 2050, 2070, 3000, we won't think anything of it. This won't even be an issue, perhaps. It'll seem archaic one day that we even had ranchers and it was their job to keep cows alive until they had enough meat on them. We could slaughter them and eat them. That will seem so long ago times one day, maybe. But for now, you decide whether you want a laboratory grown steak, T-bone, or one that walked the earth, maybe in a ranch you know of nearby, maybe this ranch. It'll be an interesting discussion, but what I found, the side note out of the story was really interesting. Legislation to block the sale of lab-made meats comes at a time when family ranches are celebrating a court victory over allegations that the nation's biggest 4 meat packers, in other words, there's basically 4 go-to places to have your meat packed. They conspired against family ranchers to bring down cattle prices. It was a big payout, big settlement. Turns out those same big 4 meat packers, and they are Tyson, you know that name through chicken mainly, Cargill, JBS, and National Beef. All 4 of those named in this lawsuit that settled also invest millions in lab meat companies, $100 million. According to one study, lab-grown meat is not as healthy as natural beef. This is a quote from Senator Ogden Driscoll, by the way, Wyoming. Lab-grown meat is not as healthy as natural beef. It's no better for the environment. I think it's all nonsense. Driscoll is one of the co-sponsors of HB 168 that would ban lab-made meats in Wyoming. For now, the reason you're probably not going to see the whole lab meat thing really explode is it's too expensive. It's cheaper to make a cow, to raise a calf, hire cowboys to tend to it, and then get it to market and get it on somebody's plate. That's still, and don't tell the rancher this, but that's still cheaper than growing it in a petri dish. I know sometimes it seems that the money is never there for the rancher, and it always seems to be there for the restaurant. But according to a 2022 paper from the Department of Agricultural Economics at Oklahoma State University, they project optimistically that the economics of lab-grown meat are far more expensive than raising beef. It projected culture-grown meat costs nearly $29 a pound to manufacture. That's pretty good numbers if you were a rancher. But if you're a scientist, $29 a pound. And if you're, dining out, that's not going to work at McDonald's or a restaurant, is it? $29 a pound for lab-grown meat, as opposed to the traditional beef on a hoof. Zachary has a good story about Green River getting flooded with more trucks. Green River, population 11,496. And right down Flamin' Gorge Way, the historic roadway through the downtown district, lined with early 20th century brick buildings and home of mom and pop shops, gives you a real historic Southwest Wyoming railroad community feel. These days, it's been turned into Interstate 80. On a typical day, central downtown traffic, it amounts to around 1,500 vehicle trips. It's tenfold, 20-fold that now. An estimated, I think what Darren Westby was saying, like 19,000 vehicles, 18,000 vehicles extra going down Flaming Gorge Way in Green River. That's a lot. And yeah, downtown Green River residents are hoping this doesn't last too long. Public Works Director Mark Westenscow told Cowboy State Daily that the increased traffic is hard on his roads. Could be hard. This is a road they always have to tear up anyway to do repair, subsurface repair on main lines, water lines. And these trucks are just banging away, rolling through Green River in the detour. Now, hopefully tomorrow, as early as tomorrow, YDOT can have an alternative that'll keep traffic out of downtown Green River. It'll keep Interstate 80 traffic from exiting the interstate, and you can stay right on it. You'll be funneled into the one tunnel rather than have two distinct tunnels, one for eastbound traffic, one for westbound. You'll have just the eastbound tunnel open to two-way traffic. And that YDOT was hoping to have ready by tomorrow. So we'll keep an eye on that, make sure they're able to do that. And if not, businesses like Mi Casita, I've been there. I've eaten there. Family-owned Mexican restaurant. Fantastic place. Great local place. But they said just last Saturday night, a day after that fatal crash Friday, the dinner rush was subdued. One family at a corner table. A pair of two tops and maybe an order to go. That was it. It's usually busier than this, said co-owner Angela Sevilla. But she said their people can't get to the restaurant. She's concerned truck traffic is keeping people away. People have already, word of mouth, said if you want to get to Mi Casita, you better take the back roads. Come up around behind it because you'll never be able to cross the street. The main road it's on, front row seat right there. And she said, I watched one guy, I saw a guy waiting for 10 minutes just to get across the road. There was just an endless barrage of trucks, feeling the vibrations, kind of looks and sounds like this. I feel bad for the people in Green River, but hopefully it's just a temporary thing. Yeah, that is a big difference. Flaming Gorge Way is usually not have traffic like this. Just truck after truck after truck. That's unusual. Eric Tanner, instrument operator with Tata Chemicals. Said he feels the rumble of the trees. Lived in a single family home there on Flaming Gorge Way for 20 years. He said the trailer traffic makes for a visceral experience. It rattles my whole house. He said, I can feel the vibrations on my recliner. When the oversized loads comes through, you really feel it. Yeah, tough times. Old pipes underneath that Flaming Gorge Way. Green River trying to deal with the extra added traffic. You have no idea how much traffic there is on Interstate 80 until it's rerouted through your town. Tremendous amount of traffic on that interstate, for sure. Other stories we're following this morning. What do you want to go to? How about the old signs? Motorists and collectors and the like are paying up to $3,000 for Welcome Wyoming signs. These are the old signs being retired. If you're looking to show off your Cowboy State pride in your man cave, your business, what have you, Wyoming Department of Transportation is auctioning off the roadside Welcome to Wyoming signs that once greeted motorists as they crossed into the state. The signs were installed in about 2017 at interstate entry points, now up for grabs online auction. All the old signs coming down, and all the new signs, I think, are all up. I think that job has completed, and all the new signs are up now. But I'm not sure. But I know, for some of the smaller Welcome to Wyoming signs, you're looking at $700 for some of those big ones, maybe $3,000 or a little bit more. Don Day joins the Zoom room. Day weather forecast coming up. Don, have you seen the new Welcome to Wyoming signs?
Yes, I haven't stopped, but I've seen them going by at 75 miles an hour.
Yeah, I think there's too much on them to really appreciate them at speed. But maybe if you stop and take a photo with a family and you're standing under the sign, it kind of looks like a postcard to home. Maybe you want to buy one of the old ones?
No.
You and me will go in on it? No.
Well, we did. Then we could have shared custody. I mean, you can have it for, 6 months of the year. I can have it for 6 months of the year. I just don't know where I would put it.
Yeah, I know. I would make it my background, maybe. I don't really like the old signs. I'm going to go back to like the 50s when they were just so simple. I'm going to take everything back to the 1950s when
you know what I want back? Remember those truck mud flaps?
Oh, yeah.
That would have the Wyoming logo on the truck mud flaps. I want some of those.
Those we did a story on, and I think they're hard to find, but
they are.
If you dig around, and you know why nobody has them anymore or manufacture them is they're hard to put on your truck, and I found that out. I had to go get a welder to make me a frame, like this big long thing to hang those things on, because today's trucks are all contoured, they're all plastic. There's nowhere to put those big mud flaps. You have to build something for them. But, if you want to go down that road, I like that too, though. That's a classic look. And it keeps stones from
it saves the guys
your
behind
trailer.
The windshield, exactly.
Right. Well, I always thought, it just kept the horses in the trailer from having to hear the ting, 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 ting. What's happening with weather? I'm not that cold today, but some people are.
Yeah. Don't announce it too much, because there's some people that are just tired of the cold. I mean, it's still below zero over the northern half, and the eastern side of the state is socked in with not only just cold, but there's a lot of frost that developed overnight. A lot of things are just coated with ice from Cheyenne to Casper. Then, we did see the cold air spill into the Lander Riverton area, so it's gotten a little bit further west now. But the far western border areas of the state, this would include Jackson, this would include Evanston, Green River, Rock Springs, into Rollins and Laramie even. The Pacific area is holding its own, but that's the stalemate right now, is basically, if you look at temperature, Cheyenne is 2, but it's in the mid-20s in Laramie. So the boundary between the air masses is right between those two locations.
Wow, you could draw a line. We saw that going on a few weeks ago in the state. The top and bottom, the north and south half of the state, you could just draw a line between two different weather patterns. Interesting.
And that Pacific air is really moist. We saw another 24 inches of snow at the Jackson Hole ski area. So they're just short of 60 inches of snow since late last week. So, and we've seen a really big impact in with the snowpack. So the upper North Platte, the lower Green, the upper Green, and the Wind River, those big drainages that hold a lot of water, they're now well over 100% of average.
Oh, that's good news.
That's great news, yes.
Good news for spring. I know Targhee's crowing about the snow they're getting, all the resorts, and it's that snow that really piles up. It's snow, a substantial snow. Yeah, good. Well, you're doing a great job. You're keeping the resorts happy. You're keeping us happy come spring. And the payoff will be August, when normally we're brown and dried out. Maybe we'll have some streams still trickling.
Let's hope so. Yeah, we still got that eastern side of the state that's really in a bad drought situation. We need to get them moist. I think that's coming next month into April and May. But at least we're seeing a really nice mid-season surge of snow in the high country across the state. And as we mentioned yesterday, we need to really stay on top of the avalanche danger. We have avalanche warnings in effect for a lot of the states around us. So with the weekend coming up and all this people hearing about all the mountain snow, they'll be headed up into the hills. So be careful.
Yep. Make sure, know before you go, know what you're doing, read a report. And then if you don't have the skills, go with someone that has the skills. Beacon up, do all that stuff. Tomorrow, Don, I made a note for myself to talk to you about snowpack and 100%, 110%, what that means.
Sure.
And whether we have a real fast warm up to spring. Do we lose it all? Is it all gone? I want to talk about how important the snowpack is to Wyoming as we build it up here in mid-February. Good deal. Hey. All right. Thank you, Don.
Thank you.
Cowboy State Daily is all about Wyoming. All it takes is one.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Don Day dropping in on the day weather forecast. In hour 2 here, we have guests today. Let me line out the guests for you. We have a special radon guest, silent but deadly. Try to stop yourself from making the obvious jokes, the silent but deadly radon. And remember that Office episode? If you watch The Office, Michael Scott, and he's got his ongoing, ever-going battle with HR, and he hates Toby. And Toby is all about, he gets on this big radon kick. And he puts the radon detection devices throughout the office, and Michael finds him. And first one he finds, he's throws it out because it looks like a rat killer. It looks like something you would use to kill mice, like the thing that detects radon. He throws it out. He finds another one. He throws it out. He finds another one. And at this point, he kind of has an idea what they are, but he's just mad at Toby. Those things exist, and there are ways to test for radon. Randy Norton Harrington's going to tell us all about it when she comes on next hour, and why radon is important. Where does radon come from? Why is it trying to kill you? And everything else that we can think of to explore the radon, silent but deadly, snicker, snicker, killer. Randy will come on next hour, talk about that. And we'll also have our cowboy Kevin Meyer coming on next hour, making horse sense of the world. And Jackie Dorothy joins us in just a little bit to talk about her stories in the Cowboy State Daily. Of course, we're following the aftermath of the Green River tunnels and what happened there. Great story that Claire McFarland got with Andrea Domoff, single mom, mother of 2. She was in the tunnel. She's the one who provided some of those fantastic videos in the aftermath. She was allowed to go back in relatively soon after the fire was extinguished to see if she could salvage her car. And she was surprised at one thing, that she locked it. She doesn't even remember doing that. She's like, well, that was dumb. She was surprised at the things she took with her when she exited, like trying to get the heck out of there. And she was emotional after seeing her car kind of all burned up or scorched in the tunnel. Let's share Claire McFarland's chat with Wendy Core. This is what that looked and sounded like.
McFarland met with Andrea Domhoff, a single mother from Green River who narrowly escaped the blaze. Domhoff said she's struggling with the psychological effects of coming so close to death.
She was so bold about sharing her story. She said a few things about that. A, it helps for her to talk about it because it's such a huge experience to carry, good and bad, because, you know, she has this new lease on life, but she's also carrying the flashbacks. She wanted everyone else who's going through what she's going through, who survived that ordeal, to know how she feels and that they're not alone if they're experiencing a lot of these big things right now.
Yeah, one of the positive takeaways of the fiery crash are those who survived. Andrea Domhoff, and she considers Ray Norton her hero. Ray is the one who helped guide her out of the tunnel. Again, this tunnel is about quarter of a mile, 0.22 of a mile. Not super long, but totally dark. And it was interesting to hear Andrea say that when she crashed, I mean, it wasn't a huge crash when she went in. She said she missed her exit, or she never would have been in that tunnel. Talk about Murphy's Law or whatever that would be. Before the crash, Domhoff missed her exit into her hometown of Green River. She was, I believe, returning from an eye doctor appointment. She doesn't usually drive through the tunnel. Her travel wouldn't take her that way. But yeah, on her way home from the eye doctor Friday, she glided into the westbound tunnel about 50 miles an hour. It's posted 55 in there. She knows it has a tendency to be slick in winter. She was prepared for that, but she wasn't prepared for what she saw up ahead in the tunnel. Once she was in, she noticed a wreck up ahead. She hit her brakes. Another vehicle bumped into her once, then twice. The driver of a third vehicle, a truck, swerved to miss her, rammed into a wreck of semi-trucks up ahead. And the pileup came. Domhoff called her boyfriend to let him know she'd been in an accident, and she didn't know how long she'd be stuck there. She then called her dad. She was crying and told her dad she was fine. She said, "I just stuck in this tunnel." And then danger escalated quickly. An explosion, a projectile, which she called a fireball, flung past her car, lit up the interior of the tunnel. And then she said it got surreal. It looked like the movie. She called her dad again. She said, "Dad, there was a fireball. Something exploded up ahead. I don't know what, and it's starting to get smoky." Her dad said, "Get out of the car." She started gathering her wallet, keys, and for some reason she doesn't understand now, her sunglasses. She wouldn't need those till she got out of the tunnel. She even locked the car. And then that's when she met Ray. Ray Norton yelled to her. He said in fact, he pounded on her car window just as she was getting out. Ray said, "You got to get out." He said, "You're not going to be able to see me, but listen for me. Let's go." And she found the wall. Find the wall, Domhoff told herself, and just kind of traced her way down the wall, following the voice of Ray Norton. And she learned later that Ray had gotten his wife and children to safety, then rushed back into the tunnel to help her, and then help 3 more people after her. And yeah, she said he's certainly a hero. Cowboy State Daily has been unable to track down Ray to have a chat with him, but it's quite an ordeal. Here's Andrea when she was let back into the tunnel. Here's a piece of her video. You'll hear the audio as well if you're on the radio side of things. But for the podcast, this is Andrea's video she took going back into the tunnel later with authorities to see what could be recovered of her car. And I'll fast forward ahead to where she's a long walk in the dark. And you can hear her just hyperventilating and get emotional over it again. Part of it might be the fact that you're in a dark tunnel. I mean, that's claustrophobic to begin with. But as she approaches Ray's car, you'll see that she really begins to be emotional. Yeah, somebody said, I bet this is Ray's. That's Ray's car.
Yeah, they're coming to get theirs right now, actually. Oh, good. I might have to give it a hug. I don't know if it'll start, but if it doesn't, we can use it. Oh my God, there's no body damage. I got hit twice. Oh, that's toast. That is total.
Yeah, she did finally meet up with her car, and I'm sure, like a lot of others, just going to be totaled out. Just the burn damage, the soot and everything. The tires were intact, so the fire didn't reach those cars, but certainly the smoke, you probably could never get that smoke out of them ever again. Claire McFarland, great story she had with the local single mom of two who survived the explosive, fiery 26-vehicle crash in the Green River Tunnel on Interstate 80 last Friday. Andrea Domoff was gracious enough to share some time with Claire and share video about what it was like during and then after. Just amazing. It was great to have Darren Westby on yesterday. Director of YDOT stopped in with us. Here's another crash. This one happened back in October. Let me share a photo for those on the podcast product. That's a truck that had crashed into a building. You can see the bricks are just knocked right out of the side of this building. I mean, extensive damage, thought to be in the range of some $30,000 to start. The accident happened when one vehicle hit this truck, and then the truck veered off the road and hit the house. Now, the owner of the truck that hit the house is insured, but he's not at fault, so his insurance company isn't paying to rebuild the home. The at-fault entity in the crash is a transient with no insurance, no license, no nothing. So it comes down to the homeowner and the homeowner's policy, homeowner insurance to pay. The couple is rebuilding the home. They say the huge hole in the side of their house is going to be $30,000 in damage, at least, maybe more. Local residents Bill Lemke, Susie Degner are the owners of the home. This happened in Cheyenne back in October. And they're saying now the follow-up story is they're having trouble keeping their insurance. State Farm will pay on the claim, but come April 1st, State Farm says they're going to have to drop them. And some people believe that's unfair practice of insurance companies that will take your money readily and pay it back stingily when time comes, and then sometimes leave you uninsured. Here's Leo Wolfson talking to Wendy Kohler with more on the story.
Cheyenne residents Bill Lemke and Susan Degner are going through insurance hell for something completely out of their control. The couple are rebuilding their home after a truck crashed into it during a freak accident last October, leaving a huge hole in the side of their house and at least $30,000 in damage. But Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson reports that State Farm Insurance is dropping their home coverage and no other company will insure them.
The problem is they have an open claim to fix those damages still. Lemke has not been able to find someone to perform the masonry needed to replace the brick wall on the house. So the open claim is just kind of sitting out there, and they're waiting till the spring when they'll realistically be able to find somebody to come do it. They're not able to find a new insurance carrier to replace State Farm as their provider for their home because of the open claim. So this is going to result in them possibly having a lapse in their coverage for at least a few months.
State Farm Insurance has informed the couple it will still pay out the property damages related to the car crash, but will drop their home insurance coverage once it expires April 1st.
And thank you, Leo and Wendy, on that story. Yeah, it's tough. It happens all too often. I think we all know anecdotally of a case, or maybe firsthand if you're so unfortunate. But we all know of cases where you pay into insurance for years, decades, and then the time you actually might need it, insurance companies seem to think of every way why they wouldn't have to pay out, and then drop you. Doesn't seem fair. Kiana Holman, representative with State Farm, told Cowboy State Daily companies not allowed to discuss any particular claims or customer policy information. She did say, "What I can tell you is State Farm absolutely values the relationships we have with our customers, and that is why underwriting decisions are never made lightly." Meanwhile, co-homeowner Bill Lemke said, "You can pay them and pay them and pay them, but if you use it, meaning insurance, that's a no-no." And that seems to be all too often the case. Here's Susie and Bill. We'll share with the podcast portion. There's Susie and Bill with their murder machine, that cat. As we learned yesterday, cats take down a lot of birds. And there's the damage to the home. Yeah, that looks pretty extensive. That's a big old hole in the wall. And you can't get anyone else to insure you until the claim is completed and the fix is made. So in the meantime, coming up on April 1st, they're going to be without insurance. And it's, I don't want to be hard on State Farm. I have State Farm for vehicles and everything. And I've had them pay out on a vehicle collision, and it was pretty smooth business. But yeah, there are too many instances of insurance companies that will take your monthly payment pretty readily and then balk at the paying out. Good follow-up, though, from a story that Leo Wolfson had all the way back in October when this crash happened. We thought it was pretty unique. Anytime a vehicle crashes into a building, we had that original story. Now the follow-up concerning insurance. And that's, another aspect of truck crashing house accident. They don't happen every day. Let's take a quick break. Get Jackie Dorothy into the Zoom room. We're on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Back in 3.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Our beautiful world is changing, withering, dying by the hands of those who don't value nature, even though we all depend on it for life itself. But there is hope. Together with caring friends, The Nature Conservancy can restore our lands, heal our waters, and save our wildlife with big solutions only nature can provide. But every day we lose more of the places we love, and we urgently need to save endangered lands, waters, and wild species. The actions we take today will determine the tomorrow we leave to our children and grandchildren. The water they drink, the air they breathe, the beauty they experience. To learn more about how you can help protect and conserve our beautiful world, visit nature.org today.
At Renewal by Anderson, we ask, why should we only feel the love on Valentine's Day in February? We have declared the entire month of February as the month of love. That's right, we did it. We laugh at February snow and cold. We love installing the best new windows and doors. We love how warm, cozy, quiet, and more valuable our awesome windows and doors make our customers' homes. Love, love, love. Tell someone you love them today, and please book your free estimate right now at rbawyoming.com. Feel the love every day in February with Renewal by Anderson.
In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues, hour 2. The heads up to you folks in the Lander area. Mayor Monty Richardson, boy, just lost him too early. Last week, he died unexpectedly. There'll be a special city council meeting tonight in Lander to name a temporary mayor. City officials have also announced that a memorial service for the late Mayor Richardson will be held this Friday at the Lander Community and Convention Center. That'll begin at 10 a.m. Mayor Monty, we're missing you. Friday, memorial service, Community Convention Center in Lander, 10 a.m. Jackie Dorothy's going to pop on the show here in a little bit. She doesn't have any recent stories. We may dip into the archives. We may go into the Wayback Machine and discuss some things that Jackie's written in the past concerning Joe Meek. We might visit Virgil Rice. Yeah, we'll do all that when Jackie comes on. Presumably now. I'm mad I missed my chance to purchase part of a share of a Stegosaurus. Is Andrew on today? I think Andrew's not on till tomorrow. I want to talk to him about this story and see if I really, truly have missed the window. Yeah, Andrew will be on tomorrow. Andrew Rossi wrote the story about investors purchasing 40,000 shares of Wyoming Stegosaurus skeleton. These shares went in like 18 minutes. They sold out. They were $68 a shot, $68.75 to be exact. 40,000 shares. That's still only 20% of the entire dinosaur ownership. But a chance for a pretty good payout for stockholders, considering what previous dinosaurs have gone for, previous Stegosauruses. And if, if this goes to Sotheby's auction for millions, your $68 investment could be looking pretty good. I want to talk to Andrew, see if it's not too late to get in on the Stegosaurus ownership. What about you, Jackie? You want to own part of a Stegosaurus?
Absolutely.
Wouldn't that be neat?
That would be so cool. I think all these privately owned ranches and places that dig up bones is pretty cool. And I mean, I think they've made sometimes more discoveries than the universities themselves.
Right.
Than the so-called experts.
Just a rancher out there.
Right?
Yeah, you got to go out there. We need a water guzzler in the back 40s, just out there with his whatever. And dang, he hits something really hard. He just figures it's one of those rocks in Wyoming. Nope, it's the bone of a Stegosaurus. Bone Cabin Quarry near Medicine Bow is where this Stegosaurus is being excavated. And what a neat idea for investors to be able to jump in on this. 40,000 shares of the Stegosaurus sold in 18 minutes. And if the Stegosaurus is all put together, cleaned up, polished up, and sold to a museum or auctioned off, could be millions.
Tell you what, there's an industry in it, that's for sure.
Have you ever driven through that Green River Tunnel on I-80? Jackie, you get around.
No, I was trying to remember. It's been a few years since I've been there, and I kind of like tunnels. We have a dog that actually that's his favorite thing to do is, for whatever reason, drive through a tunnel, and he gets excited.
Really? Does he hang his head out the window, or what does he do?
He starts bouncing around in the back. We have the one in the Wind River Canyon, and he just like goes crazy and wants us to honk the horn and just think it's the best thing ever. I mean, make the dog happy.
Weird.
It is very weird. I took a video of it because I thought it was hilarious. He's just hangs over the edge, and then when he watches it leave, he just kind of stares at it. And then if he knows that we're going to turn around and do it again, he just starts bouncing around. He likes his tunnels.
Dog. He likes his tunnels. I immediately thought of those little short mini tunnels in the Wind River Canyon. I thought of those. Yep. I thought of the one. There's a couple as you come out of the Buffalo Bill Reservoir area, like you're heading to Cody.
That's a long one.
That's a longer one.
I swear it's almost a mile. I don't know how long it is, but it's one of the longer ones in the state. I've seen the pictures, and it's just what happened in that tunnel is horrific.
I mean, if you're claustrophobic at all, anything that happens in a tunnel just makes everything more challenging, from getting out of the tunnel when there's smoke to fighting can you imagine a fire in a tunnel? And the fire wants to breathe air, oxygen to go, and it's got one of two places to go, and that's it. It's probably like funneling through the tunnel hard. I'm not going in there with a hose on my shoulder, but somebody did. Bunch of brave somebodies. Yeah, that's no fun at all. So what do you have that we can dip back to into the time machine? Where do you want to go?
Well, I was thinking the American West is one thing that's really fun, and I get to do some more future stories. So I've been really kind of digging into the history of Wyoming. And we had talked before about Albert Slicknard, but he is such an interesting outlaw. I mean, he's the outlaw that is not liked by the outlaws themselves, because he was really a bad guy. But he was worse than that. He was a snitch. That, I think, was the downfall for Albert, or as he was known as Slick.
Let me share a photo for the podcast viewers. Yeah, he does look like a sneaky snake.
Yes, he definitely was. And what was kind of sad about his story is that he married this young girl that came from they were pioneers in Hyattville, paintbrush, or what was it called at the time? I had a really pretty name, but from Hyattville, He married this young 16-year-old girl, and she was expecting, she got this dashing cowboy. She thought he was going to do great things. And he immediately started horse thieving, which I think he was doing prior to that. So she eventually divorced him and went on her own way. But I think a lot of times we don't think about the women in the Wild West and what their lives were like. I mean, you don't hear about an outlaw's wife. And what would that be like, staying at home, raising these kids, following your husband, thinking, oh, he's on the straight and narrow, because as a snitch, he became a deputy. And so here he is, a deputy in Lander. She's starting to get to know the right people, starting to build up her family, and then off he goes again, stealing sheep and going on these raids that are kind of questionable. It's like, did he really shoot this outlaw, or did he let the outlaw go free and shoot somebody else? I mean, those are the kinds of things that Slicknar did. Interesting character, kind of buried in the history of Wyoming and not well known, except during that time he was.
Right. And it highlights what we've sort of touched on before. And it's kind of a like honor among thieves in old outlaw. Like sometimes the old outlaw guys were just people that lived barely outside the law. They didn't want to live under the badge. And the things they did to survive might not have been the greatest things, but they were nice people. Like there were outlaws that stole and then, you know, would buy around for the bar or something. I mean, and then there was just plain
Slick Nard. Talking about the good outlaws, that was an interesting thing, is because like Butch Cassidy, the reason he was so well liked is he did what a lot of people did. He was just a young cowboy. He was cowboying around. And the Maverick Law is what really made so many of these outlaws. Those people in Cheyenne made a rule that only they could take unbranded cows. So instantly, overnight, all these young cowboys that were building up their herds by, oh, I found a mom and a baby and neither of them are branded, now they're in my herd. Well, they made that illegal and said that we would do one Maverick roundup and that can only be done through us. And they actually sent assassins out to kill these young cowboys that were building their herds that way. And that is where it really was the Wild West. I always question who was really the bad guy during this time.
Right. I mean, technically, there were people on the right side of the law that were meaner and dirtier and cheat you worse than people who were supposedly on the wrong side of the law. But
I know I could name a whole bunch of those. Judge Torrey was one of them. He was the nemesis for Butch Cassidy. And Walt Putney was an outlaw that became one because of circumstances. He was doing his, he left the employment of the ranch and went to build his own ranch. Well, his foreman, his boss, Judge Torrey, did not like it. So he accused him of stealing cows, didn't have any proof. Walt Putney broke out of jail and ran to the outlaws and joined the gang. I mean, story after story, when you start digging into why these guys turned into outlaws, that's fascinating. Slick, he's completely different. He was a real outlaw. He didn't have that feelings and loyalty and any of that most of the hole in the wall gang in Wyoming did.
Jackie, I got a feeling that you're romanticizing the outlaw. If you were back in the 1800s, you might be harboring a fugitive.
I would not be harboring Slick Nard or any of those.
Slick Nard.
No. But I would have more sympathy because you think about it. I look at, after I found this small story after the Wilcox train robbery, the gang is running and they come to this remote cabin and outside of, oh gosh, I'm trying to think of exactly where, but it was in the mountains on their way to Thermopolis, Andersonville at the time. They stop at the cabin, they eat their fill of food, the guy feeds them, and they switch horses, but they give him good horses to take his horses, and they pay him for it. Next day, the lawman came up. They took all the food in the place, more than they needed, took the best saddle, the best horse, and did not give anything to the rancher. He stepped back years later and said, now who's the real outlaw here?
Yeah.
That's the question, is when you look at that whole concept of what forced, some of them were forced, some of them were having fun. I mean, I'm not going to make excuses for stealing or making mistakes like that, but you really need to look at the whole context of it.
You got to check out the American West series on the Cowboy State Daily. Just type in the American West, and so many great old historic stories. And Jackie, you would fit right in those times, I think.
I think I like the modern technology too much, though.
Well, yeah, there is that.
Yes.
But
I've lived without houses, and it's like, no, thank you.
One thing we'll agree on, though, Albert Slick Nard is an outlaw. Not even welcome amongst the outlaws, that dirty snitch.
No, we got some great quotes from Mike Brown, who was an outlaw, saying that we won't even sink that low.
Read that story. That came out January 24th of this year. Albert Slick Nard. It's part of the American West series. We can learn about how Wyoming got where it is, how the great American West got where it is. Jackie, Dorothy, thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great Tuesday.
Will do.
See you in a couple days. Jackie Dorothy jumps on the show and shares a little bit about Albert Slick Nard. More coming up on the Cowboy State Daily Show as Hour 3 up next after Wendy Core's news. We'll see you on the other side.
Wyoming is a
It's time
big
to take
state.
look at what's
There are
happening
so many
around
stories to
Wyoming
tell.
for
And
Tuesday,
here are
February 18th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. The final death toll of the Green River Tunnel 26 vehicle collision is 3. That's according to Wyoming's highway authorities, who add that one person remains hospitalized as of Monday evening. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland traveled to Green River Monday to assess the damage caused by a crash just outside the westbound Green River Tunnel late Friday morning that ended in a pileup, a fire, and a series of explosions.
I took a run into the tunnel at first light, and it was acrid even as I approached from several feet away. And it was stark. It was striking, too, because the construction crew was already hard at work. They had lighting set up in the eastbound tunnel, and the westbound tunnel, not only was it not lit at that time, but it was completely charred. The exterior all the way up the hillside and the inside was completely blackened. So I walked into it in the ash, and I walked through the first 2/3. As I got closer to the scene, the ash at my feet was very thick, and I didn't want to trudge through it and disturb anything, but I could see kind of the husks of vehicles and parts and just charred bits everywhere.
McFarland met with Andrea Domhoff, a single mother from Green River who narrowly escaped the blaze. Domhoff said she's struggling with the psychological effects of coming so close to death.
She was so bold about sharing her story. She said a few things about that. A, it helps for her to talk about it because it's such a huge experience to carry, good and bad, because, she has this new lease on life, but she's also carrying the flashbacks. And B, she really wanted Ray Norton to receive recognition. She credits him with saving her life. And C, she wanted everyone else who's going through what she's going through, who survived that ordeal, to know how she feels and that they're not alone if they're experiencing a lot of these big things right now.
Whiteout director Darren Westby told audiences on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake Nichols that while he could not draw conclusions Monday about what might have caused the crash, he warned Wyoming drivers generally about the state's deceptive weather.
The difference between one side of the tunnel and the other, you could come into it on the east side and the weather be just fine. You come out on the west side, which it's only a quarter mile long. The weather can be completely different. And so being prepared for that is always interesting. It's a very necessary tunnel. Otherwise, we'll be putting 9,000 vehicles a day somewhere else, which is what's happening right now. And so the crew is working really hard. I believe the Wyoming Highway Patrol investigation, they're done with their portion of it. Now it's analyzing all the data, putting all that together to develop the investigation report. The National Safety Transportation Board is also on scene.
Troopers will use the evidence they've gathered to reconstruct the crash digitally to determine narratives, causes, and other details, and construction crews are working to prepare the eastbound tunnel for two-way traffic. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Did you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
A video of 3 turkeys chasing each other around a tombstone in Fargo, North Dakota had people wondering if the turkeys were having some kind of weird little seance. But Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean spoke to a Laramie rancher who said turkeys just plain do dumb things sometimes. This was behavior Corinne Shady has seen a million times on her farm, where she raises yaks and about 300 heritage turkeys.
These guys are just like the original mobsters. The male turkeys are after each other all the time. There's a pecking order out there, by golly, and they want to make sure you know it. Corinne Shady saw that video circulating and all those people commenting, it's a seance, or they trained them to do that. No, you don't have to train turkeys to chase each other around. It's just what they naturally and normally do every single day, because they are out to get each other and prove that they are the mob boss of all mob bosses.
Turkeys, Shady has observed, can be really quite violent. Since seeing the video of 3 turkeys chasing each other around a tombstone, she said she's thought about putting a tombstone out in her yard to see if she can get some toms chasing each other around that, rather than just beating each other up. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily. Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Corr, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues hour 3. Let me get Mark Hines into the room, Cowboy State Daily outdoor reporter. Eastern black bears are huge.
They're gigantic. They're blimps.
They are big, man.
Yeah.
Seriously, like 600-700 pound bear is rare to find in Wyoming, but that's how big they get back east. They eat better, I guess.
Yeah, that's that. I think that's what it boils down to. Yeah, I kind of got this idea from just talking to a couple of biologists, guys who happen to have come. Mark Jones is one of them, but there's been a couple other who have come from that part of the country and retired and moved out to Wyoming. And yeah, they're telling me, the bears back there are gigantic. And so I said, I need to do a story on that. And of course, Mark Jones had some great insights and some great stories. The story about finding the grizzly bear black bear hybrid in someone's pen there, that was fun. So.
I looked at I'm sharing a photo of a couple of these. I'm going to find the one of the hybrid. There it is. That's a tough one to tell. You look at it and you're like, I don't know. Black bear, grizzly. The ears are kind of grizzly, but that's weird. That's North Carolina. But yeah, back east, better sustenance. They're eating berries and better bugs than in Wyoming. Wyoming, they got You got to walk 5 miles, overturn one log, and eat a couple of ants. That's it.
Yeah, pretty much. Our bears. Maybe that's why our grizzlies are so grouchy out here. They don't have their having to work so hard for their food. It makes them meaner.
Meanwhile, up in Alaska, the salmon are just jumping into their bellies, and these poor Wyoming grizz and
I know.
black bear, they really got to work for a living.
They work for a living in these parts. You bet.
What's with this wolf in Colorado? You think he's one of ours? I say ours.
Well, they're not even sure. CPW said it could just be a dog. Could just be someone's loose Malamute. But the folks who have seen it swear it's a wolf. Yeah, it's interesting. It's not as if that hasn't happened. There's been wolves, dipping down out of Wyoming into that part of Colorado for years, and of course there was an entire pack. The North Park pack. That pack does not functionally exist anymore. There's still a couple survivors running around, but yeah, 5-6 years ago they had an entire pack of wolves that was founded by wolves that came down on their own and crossed the state line into Colorado and set up shop. So it's happened before. So it's completely within the realm of possibility that we do have, in addition to the 15 other wolves that just came in from British Columbia. Maybe one decided, oh, it looks fun down there. I'm gonna go join those guys down there. I mean, how that works out, who knows? I mean, wolves are known to fight and kill each other over territory too, and that's happened at least once in Colorado that we know of since the reintroductions began. Well, at least one wolf was killed in a tussle with another wolf, and then of course, if you recall, I think it was last year sometime, they had a wolf that was killed by a mountain lion. So it just kind of like the bears out here. Wolves don't have it real easy. There's a lot of hazards out there in the environment, including other wolves, mountain lions. And in Wyoming, ranchers are allowed to shoot wolves on site. So kind of a gauntlet to run to even get to Colorado in the first place.
But meanwhile, CPW has been kind of on the down low about 2 separate wolf reintroduction releases have happened now, right? Where they're
and their reasoning for that, the reason they say that they do that is to avoid it turning into a mob scene, because regardless of what you think about wolves, I think we can all agree that they evoke very strong opinions on both sides. And I think that was CPW's worry, that if they disclose where they're going to be releasing the wolves, they'd get a whole bunch of people on one side of the topic and a whole bunch of people on the other, and it would turn from focusing on the wolves to focusing on crowds of people getting out of control, and probably make the whole affair less than fun. But of course, as you noted, there are criticisms of that. There's a lot of folks, especially Colorado residents, who are, their point of view is that CPW is being too secretive. And you guys, if you're going to be bringing these, their argument is, if you guys are going to be bringing these animals in, you have to tell us where they are and where they're going to be. And CPW has done that in broad terms, but not specific terms. So there's kind of two sides of the coin.
Yeah.
Side one, we don't want to turn every wolf release into a circus, especially people start arguing and fighting over which side of the wolf topic they're on, versus, we're taxpayers, we're residents of this state, we deserve to know the details. So it's kind of the kind of tension between those 2 points of view.
I didn't mean to play up the secretive aspect. I just wanted to point out that Colorado is reintroducing wolves. They're in the process of doing so.
Actively.
And so where this wolf came from, I mean, they would probably know if it was one of the ones they released, right?
Yeah. See, I believe CPW has confirmed at least that if it is a wolf, if it is what people are saying that they're seeing, it is not one of theirs.
Okay.
But of course, Wyoming Game and Fish Department didn't really have much to say either, because there isn't much for them to say. And outside of that area, the trophy game management area, that's adjacent to the parks, Game and Fish doesn't have. The wolves are treated like coyotes, and of course, Game and Fish isn't out there keeping track and counting coyotes. So, in this part of the state, they're not really closely tracking the wolves either. because it's not, it's not really within their purview. And then, I did ask him directly, because that was brought up to me. Some guy texted me and said, "Hey, what color collar does Game and Fish use for their wolves? Because this thing supposedly has an orange collar," which, but the information I got back is there's no, this state doesn't use this color, that state doesn't use that color. I guess if they just reach into a box of collars and grab whichever one's there. I don't know if it's that simple, but apparently color coding isn't a thing. So that orange collar, that kind of ended up being a dead end from what I was able to determine. But
meanwhile,
but yeah, no, you're right. If it is a wolf, Jake, it seems to be. Where did he come from? Wyoming's the most likely scenario, but do we know that for sure? No, we don't.
Continuing on the topic of wolves, great sit down you had with Representative Mike Schmidt, who will not rest until he sees Wyoming do away with this running over of wolves with snowmobiles. He had a bill that would ban that practice. I mean, obviously, we're talking about that year-old Daniel incident. It's given Wyoming a black eye, and it's made Wyoming look not great in the eyes of at least one lawmaker. And Schmid says even though his bill to ban is dead, he may try to fold it into another one, which would call for the humane, quick dispatch of predators. What's that?
Correct. He's already brought that when that bill was in committee before the House committee. He brought that up. It didn't gain any traction then, but he brought up that idea. He said he's one of the sponsors of the bill. He said, "I'm all for this bill, but why don't we make it even better by including language that also bans mashing?" And of course, there was no traction gained on that idea in that committee. It wouldn't surprise me if and when it comes before Senate committee or as it goes through the Senate, that idea will be raised again, if not by Schmid, by someone else, to add that as an amendment to that bill. And then failing that, he did tell me that he would be willing to bring it up as an interim topic, because the legislative committees, in the interim between sessions, like over the summer, they will have meetings, and so maybe they'll try to run at it then. But I think you're right. Bottom line, Representative Schmid and others are determined that this topic isn't going to go away. But there's people on the other side, plenty of folks on the other side, who consider it settled. They think the incident in Daniel was kind of a one-off, and even if it wasn't, the approach is to do what the bill is already doing: approach it as a cruelty to animals issue, give predatory animals a bit more of a layer of discussion. While if people choose to use the vehicles against predators, they can still do that. So again, same topic, two different views, a little bit of tension between them. We'll track and see where this goes.
Yeah, Representative Schmid, his House Bill 331 would have banned the so-called wolf whacking.
Yeah.
But now he has his eyes on House Bill 275, which you could consider wolf whacking not being a clean kill, which the clean kill bill, so-called, it calls for cruelty to animal penalties. Against people who prolong the suffering of predatory. So it may not be spelled out in the bill now, but just do the math. Running over a wolf with your snow machine, how many times to kill it? I mean, perhaps HB 275 will do it.
And I think that's the argument that folks are trying to make at this point. Is they're trying, from their point of view, from their point of view, there's no way to do that and not be cruel. So why don't we just get rid of it?
Yeah.
So that's the argument.
I could see that.
And again, we'll see if it gains traction.
Meanwhile, we know wolves are not the enemy. It's cats. It's Fluffy.
Yeah.
Mark, your story. My poor cat, he caught wind of it, and
Did he get upset?
yeah, he dropped the bird he had in his mouth, and he's like, "What the heck?" I've caught him killing a couple of chickadees. Yeah, I mean, there is definitely truth to this story. Cats kill.
Yeah, cats are really good at it. They're probably one of the best predators on the landscape. And of course, the argument there is, at least anywhere in this part of the world, in the United States, they're just not a native species. They're a non-native, highly efficient predator. And so that's why, some folks are saying, hey, if you want to have a cat, that's great, but don't just let it outside to free roam. I do think that cat leashes are becoming more popular. That seems kind of weird to me, or a lot, you and I think grew up at about the same time, but it's becoming more common to see people walking their cat on a leash just as they would their dog. So,
I see it,
I leave it up to individual owners whether they want to do that. But certainly there's no legality here as far as I know. It's perfectly legal to let your cat out at night if that's what you want to do. It's just these folks are bringing up some biological and ethical concerns of doing so, and because the bottom line, cats might make really sweet pets. I've had cats in the past that were very sweet pets, but they're also incredibly efficient killers. When it comes to that, they're really good at it.
Yeah. And homeowners and cat owners feel bad when, your cat brings in a bird and you're like, all right, there's one of the over billion that cats kill. But I found it interesting, your story about these, so-called in Wyoming, it's popular to have a barn cat to keep that mouse population down. But that's also throwing the ecosystem off because, foxes would probably eat those mice or something else. So now, cats just kind of are like it's a cog in the machine a little bit.
It's complicated. I mean, they've definitely established their place. I think anywhere you have people, you've got cats, and anywhere you have folks living out in the country, you have barn cats. I don't expect that's going to go away anytime soon. It's just these folks kind of wanted to bring another point of view and said, and say, hey, maybe, would you reconsider this? Because, from their point of view, the cats are just kind of laying waste, and pardon me, the risks of disease that they carry. Maybe not necessarily house cats that have had all their shots, but cats that are running around out there wild can carry some pretty nasty diseases.
Yeah. So. Well, finally, your story about the Gillette area machinist who is pretty cool dude, Carl Milner. For years, he's hosted these kids cannon shots. He lets kids fire some cannon. He's got, from little miniatures to launching some bowling balls.
Launching bowling balls. Yeah.
Golly.
Yeah. That I don't know. I think that's, everyone's inner little kid who doesn't want to go out and shoot a cannon. That just sounds cool.
Oh, yeah.
And he's tried to make it safe. I guess, again, what he told me, what inspired him is he heard, I think it was an anecdote about, the proverbial story of kids trying to make their own pipe bomb and getting mangled pretty bad. And he said, if kids are going to do this sort of thing, let's do it in a controlled environment. Let's do it the right way. Let's, build these cannons from the ground up using the proper materials. I didn't realize, the one thing he told me was that, that you need some flex in the steel he said, I use the same type of steel arm, the same type of steel that they use in firearms because it flexes. And I thought, I shot guns all my life. I never thought of that, but that makes sense. You want steel that has a little bit of malleability to it rather than, he said, if you use steel that's too hard, what's going to happen? The explosive force is going to cause cracks over time. And if you get cracks in something like a firearm, well, that's going to lead to results that we definitely don't want. So, I would, that was a new one on me. I said, wow, that makes sense that they use a more flexible grade of steel in firearms. And he said, that's what I use in my cannons because it has a little bit of give to it when you're setting off these black powder explosions.
February 16th, that story dropped. Geek out on the Cannon Man. Gillette Man builds black powder cannons that kids can get hands-on experience with. Sounds like fun. Great stories, Mark. Appreciate it.
Sure.
All right. We'll see you soon, huh?
Yeah. See you in a bit.
Mark Hines, Cowboy State Daily, stories that you've got to check out, including all the ones we just talked about. Your cat may be a murder machine. Representative Mike Schmid wants to do away with the idea that Wyoming's a state where we run over wolves with snow machines. His proposed legislation and his fight. He says he will not rest until he's got something in the law books. All these stories, part of Mark Hines' latest, and those eastern black bears, they're gigantic. They're gluttons. They're eating pretty good. I mean, a 400-pound black bear in Wyoming would be really something. But back east, they got them 600-700 pounds. because they just eat better. Mark Hines had these stories. We'll take a quick break and get back into the room with another guest. Kevin Meyer joins us here in just a few minutes. Quick break on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. Back in 3.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Julie was always a voracious reader. She'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
If you're watching this, I didn't make it. Thanks to people like you and the American Heart Association, my family never had to see this video. I was a healthy 47-year-old, no symptoms, but then my doctor discovered I had a bad heart valve that was beyond repair. The scariest day of my life was when I was sitting on a gurney. Deep down, you know, this could be it. This little heart valve did something really big. It saved my life. I wouldn't be here today without it. The research for this heart valve was funded by the American Heart Association. Since my surgery, I had a son get married. I had a daughter graduate high school. I had another daughter give birth to a precious boy. I would have missed all that. To learn more about the American Heart Association, go to helpheart.org today.
In 2023, arm pump was holding me back. After a successful treatment at the McGinley Clinic in Wyoming, I can now focus on track instead of pain. The McGinley Clinic offers innovative, minimally invasive treatments for most sports injuries, including arm pump. They got me back to peak performance and back on the podium. Go check out McGinley Clinic today.
Cowboys State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues hour 3. We're going to get Cowboy Kevin Meyer into the room here in a second. First, I wanted to play, courtesy of Chuck Kuhn, a little bit of the Thompson sisters. Boy, if you never met these two, there is rodeo as all get out. The Thompson girls from Yoder, that's Hayden and Hadley, competing in the American Rodeo over Valentine's Day weekend. A dozen red roses, not good enough for these sisters. They're talking about a $12,000 payday in Tulsa, Oklahoma at this rodeo. Let me share a bit of what that looked like, and we'll get Kevin's take on it as well. Here's Hayden and Hadley Thompson doing their thing out of the roping box.
I actually knew that calf, and he was really, really good the first day, so I knew I had a good chance at him. I was actually second out.
1.68.
And I seen the start I needed to, and Foxy, she did her job, and it felt easy. I made the short round also, and we were back to back, and so I roped first, and I didn't do the best, but she made a good run, and I'm super happy for her and can't wait to watch her in Arlington.
All right, little sister. Let's do it.
Right up there, all the way.
Yes! 291, and the little sister gets it done.
Yeehaw! Yeah, them Thompson girls are something else. I got a chance to call one of them when back when I was, and I'll do it again this year, I guess, but one of them when she was in high school and I was a rodeo announcer. So I got to see one close up, eyes on, and then the older sister, I've talked to her and did a story about her. Those Thompson girls, I don't know what they do in Yoder. There's like 8 people in Yoder, Kevin, and 10 of them rodeo. And the
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely they do. The answer lies within the question. What do you do in Yoder?
Yeah.
You rope.
Yeah.
You know, you get up in the morning, you pick your rope up. When you go to bed at night, you put your rope down. And that farm country over there, all you need is a disc to disc up an arena. It'll be right next to the cornfield, but that's all right. So those kids, they get a lot of practice over there. A lot of good cowboys from over in that country, a lot of cattle. So, and good for them. It seems like Wyoming has been on a worldwide breakaway tear here lately.
Yeah, we're doing pretty well. Down under, up above, new arena record set down there in Australia. That's got to be a country wide record that 1 in 3, something like that. And then, yeah, that's fast breakaway roping. And these Thompson girls, they're such good ropers that they give you question whether it should be time to have women rope on equal par with men. Have them do, the full thing. The breakaway roping is kind of the intro to roping for young boys, and for the girls, that's as high up as they can get. But these girls can tie on and they can do the whole thing. I mean, I wouldn't leave your goat walking around loose around any of the Thompson girls. They'll have that thing wrapped up like Christmas in no time.
Well, and I also wonder when they were little and really getting into this, how many times their dad came home and found his best cow dog tied down like a goat or a calf on the front porch.
The wiggliest thing you got at the ranch, and they would work on them and like, I wonder if I can tie up that border collie. Don't even try it. And it only takes 2 sisters to get together. Yeah. Everything you own is all tied up. Yep. Only took 1 wrap, Dad. Yeah. That tunnel fire got me thinking of something, Kevin. First off, have you ever been through that Green River Tunnel on I-80?
Oh, many times. Yes, sir.
Yeah. It's not much of a time. It's not super long. But I'm thinking of the extra care cowboys and cowgirls have to take when they're hauling horses. And I wonder, what would you have done caught in the middle of there? Let's say you're in there where kind of Andrea was, where the fire's up ahead. There's no immediate danger. You got a bunch of people behind you all crashed up, and you're not going anywhere fast. And initially, you're probably thinking, well, sit tight, make sure the horses are still standing after, you come to the standstill. But then when the smoke starts billowing and the flames start going, what do you do, Kevin? Or, is it open the door, let them roll, or are you going to try to do it organized and walk them out of that tunnel?
I'm going to try to walk them out as best I can. If you just crack that door and let them horses out, that's going to create more chaos. It's going to, and it's hard to say this. It's a horrible thing to say, but the best case scenario in that is that the horse gets hurt. But there's so much wrong that could happen if you turn horses loose on an interstate, especially when there's that much chaos going on. So I'm going to try as hard as possible to walk those horses out. Now, you're asking me an impossible question because there is no right answer to that. It's one of those questions where the right answer can only be discerned after the fact has happened. But talk about a nightmare scenario if someone had been in there, or heaven forbid, if there had been a bull rack, a livestock hauling semi full of cattle or sheep or hogs or something inside that tunnel when that happened. So as horrible as it was, and obviously our thoughts and prayers are with the families of those that lost their lives. It could have been way, way worse, just dependent upon the time of year that it happened.
Yeah. Yeah, it could have been livestock involved. There could have been more. I can't believe in 26 vehicles, there wasn't more injuries, more death. But yeah, the best, I guess, come out of it. But livestock hauling brings to mind like a whole different sense. You're right. I would not let the horses, I mean, they're just likely to run towards the fires away when they get all wide-eyed and scared about everything. And then they might run outside and go into the other traffic lane. But can you think of one of your more memorable wrecks or problems on the road hauling horses, how you dealt with it?
I tell you what, we don't have time for all the stories that I can tell about horrible situations. One that I can think of real quickly, it's a long involved story, but I'll make it short. I was in California and went down a road following GPS, following where it told me to go, and I came to a bridge that had a 90-degree corner on it, and we could not make it with our pickup and trailer, could not make the turn, and we had come up a hill to get to that bridge. And in the end, we left the horses on the trailer, but we had to unhook the pickup from the trailer, and so we used a tie strap, a ratchet strap, and we tied the trailer to the guardrail to keep it from sliding back down the hill.
Yeah.
And a good Samaritan found a single cab pickup to pull under our trailer, and he hooked on, and he was able to just barely make that corner and get us out of there.
Dang. What kind of bridge has a turn on it?
A California bridge.
I knew you were going to say that.
And the funny part of it was, everybody that stopped to help us said, oh, yeah, this happens all the time. So it's a known problem, but the good state of California has no interest in fixing it. And then I said, well, when are the California Highway Patrol going to show up here? And this guy looked at me like I just asked the dumbest question in the world. And he said, they're not coming out here because that would involve paperwork.
Yeah, they're chasing down blondes and red Corvettes. These Chips guys. Interesting. Okay. What else?
I can tell you in any of those situations, especially horses, shod horses, but even cattle, pavement and livestock does not match very well. And if they have horses and it's a little bit icy, the horses have shoes and it's a little icy, things are going to go from bad to worse to apoplectic really quick.
Yeah. Horses get to be scrambling around trying to find their feet. And yeah, once they pass that point where they're in flight mode, there's not much can put sense into the horse mind. You ready to eat some lab meat, lab beef, lab grown cow?
Well, not only am I not ready to do that, this weekend, Owen and I actually butchered a steer and put it in our meat shed. So we are trying to make sure as much as possible that we never, ever, ever have to eat lab meat.
Yeah. You're ahead of the game. Well, not all of us have access to cattle. Where'd this cow come from and how many brands was it wearing? Not that I'm the brand inspector or anything.
Well, it's not the number of brands, it's whose brand was it, correct?
Yeah, who had the last brand on it?
Well, actually, this is a home-raised steer that we raised out of our cows, and we've kept him. He was one of my cutting cattle, and then he turned into a roping dummy, and now he's going to turn into supper.
Yeah, so you're not likely to let scientists do that kind of work for you. You'd rather, I would rather know personally my food especially if you could know it through its whole life. Can you imagine? I mean, that's the one guarantee safety, I would think.
Yeah, it's pretty nice to be able to raise them, and a lot of these cattle have never left the place, and they're grass fed, and they're completely, free of any additives or anything like that. Not because I'm against that, it's just I'm too cheap to give them any shots.
Yeah. So they've come up the hard way, the tough way. Meanwhile, it's nothing but additives in the lab produced beef. It's you just keep adding things until it looks like you got a cow. And then apparently that's pretty expensive, though. Although don't tell a rancher that he's doing something that's cheaper. There's a more expensive way to raise a cow, and probably no rancher wants to hear that. They think whatever they're doing is the most expensive way you can get a beef to plate.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact. That whole situation there just sets off a ton of red flags for me. Anytime we get to, I guess, playing God, if you want to call it that way, makes me really, really nervous.
Yeah, and supposedly there's the ability to clone. Let's say if you could, would you, and I maybe know your answer already, would you clone your favorite cow dog ever? The one you really hated to see die. Would you clone him so you could have another one ready to go?
No. And I'm friends with a guy named Jason Abraham, and he's from Canadian Texas. And he is at the forefront of this cloning deal.
Oh, wow.
He has cloned a ton of horses, a ton of dogs. He has even cloned wild hogs to help abate the reproduction, because what he does is he genetically modifies them to where they cannot reproduce.
Oh, right.
And so the male hogs, they will breed with these hogs that he has genetically engineered, and so they just don't have any litters. And I've had many long conversations with him about this. And like he's always said, I can clone the physical body of that horse. I cannot clone their mind. And I know that they cloned Smart Little Lena, and they had 7 foals that were genetic absolute clones. And when they got to be 2 years old, they sent them all out to trainers. And Smart Little Lena, one of the greatest cutting horses of all time, there was only 2 of those horses that would even look at a cow. And I think only one of them ever made it to the show pen and didn't do very good.
So there's more to it than just the science, just the DNA. There's more to it. You want to say the mind, the spirit, their soul, whatever it is, there's more to any living thing than just creating the science of it, recreating the science of it, and copying it.
Yeah, and there's always nature versus nurture. What was it that happened in that young animal's life that caused them to be that way? And I think psychologically, a lot of times the owners that will clone their pets, they think that when that puppy hits the ground, that it's just going to pick up and be that dog that they had and loved, not thinking that they've got to go through every single step, excuse me, every single step that they had gone through with the original dog to build that relationship.
Well, we started in a Green River tunnel on Interstate 80. We wound up down a cloning hole. We both agree we're not going to eat laboratory meat. That about cover it for a Tuesday?
Yeah, that about covers it. But along with it's funny that we were just talking about the horse deal like that, because this week's podcast is going to be a 2-parter, because I interviewed Jim Hunt, the president of the American Quarter Horse Association.
Nice. That's a big name.
And we cover some of these same topics in there.
Yeah, and I hope you touched a little on some of the bad roads the quarter horse is going down, and the way, because of whatever the fashion of the decade is, that's the way they're bred. You want their heads smaller, you want them hanging their heads, and sometimes you ruin a breed in whatever is in style or in fashion. Interesting. I'm gonna have to check that out.
Yeah, we cover a lot of that breeding and a lot of the problems that we're getting into in the quarter horse industry as far as having bloodlines. But we also cover the Horse Protection Act, and there's a lot of people that have horses that don't realize this act, the amendments to this act are going to affect them, even if they're just taking their kid down to a 4-H play day.
All right, where do we find this podcast, Kevin?
It's on Spotify, it's on iTunes, it's on Apple Music, everywhere you find finer podcasts.
Wow, I might be sharing room with you, both our podcasts. And what's it called?
All righty,
buddy. What's it called?
Mornings on Horseback.
Mornings on Horseback. Kevin Meyer, check out that podcast. Cool. You have a great Tuesday.
You too. Take care.
All right. We got to take a quick commercial break. We'll come right back with Randy Norton Harrington. We're going to talk Asylum, but Deadly Killer. No, it's not a post-tacos meal. It's Radon, you fool. Back at 3 minutes.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Our back and forth. It always came back.
Dad!
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
There's a lot of need in the world, and if you're like me, it can seem too big to make a difference. But that's why I decided to start volunteering with Mercy Ships. Dedicating a few weeks or months of my life every year in the service of others has brought me more than I could ever imagine. Plus, I'm getting to meet people from all around the world and make lifelong friends. Hey, Michelle. And with so much to do here, there's an opportunity for everyone to make a difference.
High five.
But the best reason to volunteer is knowing that no matter what you do, you're helping change people's lives every day. Whether it's for 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years, when you volunteer with Mercy Ships, you'll find your purpose, your people, and your place in this world. And all you gotta do is visit mercyships.org today. I hope to see you soon.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, Hour 3, and we head right back into the Zoom room with Randy Harrington. Randy, I had to mute you, and I know you're having trouble with the video. Still can't. You don't think you can make it happen?
It's not looking good, unfortunately.
All
I'm
right.
not sure
That's
what
fine.
the issue is.
I mean, you know, we theoretically should be able to exist as a podcast or a radio show, so we're good. We'll just pretend it's radio. It is radio with pictures. Yeah, great to have you on the show. So we're Randy Norton Harrington, we're gonna talk about radon specifically. And now you work for Wyoming Department of Health?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And radon, all I know of radon is the episode of The Office. Have you seen that one?
I actually have not. I might be the only person on the planet who hasn't watched The Office.
Oh, Randy, you got to watch it. So the HR person is putting the radon detection devices, which kind of look like, those things that would moo when you turned them over, the cans that had the holes in it. Or, nobody can figure out what they are is the gag. And I guess first we can start with, how do you detect radon? Is it just a simple kit that you can set up in your house? Do you have to have people come over in like full on lab coats? How are you going to know you have radon?
Yes to both. So the easiest way to test for radon in your home is to do a simple short-term charcoal air test, which the Wyoming Radon Program does provide free of charge to Wyoming residents. You just leave them out for 2 to 4 days in the lowest level of your home, central in the space. And once you're done, you package it up and send it to the lab, and they let you know what your levels are. We do also have a few certified radon professionals across the state who do professional level testing. So that is definitely going to be a bit more of an accurate test. And then we just started a library loan program where a few libraries across the state do have digital radon monitors available for checkout. And these will give you a short-term reading as well as an average reading for the entire time you have that monitor plugged in.
Now, let's backtrack and talk about why radon is even evil. I mean, radon is one of the elements. It's number 86, in case anyone wanted to know. And if you're going to find it in your home, most likely as radium in the soil degrades, it can seep up into your home. Why is radon is a natural thing, but it's not good in certain intensity. I think it's like 4 parts per whatever. Like that's too high. What is radon and why is it bad?
So radon gas, you are 100% correct. It is a naturally occurring gas caused by the initial breakdown of uranium in the soil. And radon gas is considered a carcinogen, which means it causes cancer. And radon is most commonly linked with lung cancer. It is the second leading cause of lung cancer, of course, behind smoking. And it is the leading cause of lung cancer in non-smokers. So it's definitely something to take seriously and to get your home tested, because we certainly don't want radon to build up to those dangerous levels.
Now, would you be able to can science detect whether it is radon that caused your cancer if you did get cancer? Do we know? I mean, you have reliable death statistics, I see, or maybe they're scientific guesses as, if you had 4 parts per, what is it, 4 parts per like million something?
It's 4 picocuries per liter. So it's similar to the four parts per liter. And that is the EPA's recommended fix-it level. So if you're seeing levels higher than that, you definitely want to seek a professional radon mitigator to come in and do mitigation measures to get that level down.
Yeah, and there are things you can do to get the level down. You don't have to move and destroy your home. Like there are people, they can do something. They can vent the airflow. There are things that can be done by professionals.
Absolutely. There are several different avenues that a professional can take. Most of the time, they are going to do an assessment of your home and determine what is going to be the best course of action. It could be as simple as resealing the foundation, adding a plastic protectant layer in your crawl space, or even installing a full radon mitigation system, which would pull that radon saturated air out from under your home, direct it through PVC pipe, and then push it out into the air above the roof line. So it just completely bypasses getting into your home altogether.
We're talking to Randy Norton Harrington, radon specialist, Wyoming Department of Health, and also Go Jacks, right? SDSU.
Yes.
I forgot. I have my shirt, but I didn't wear it. I should have had it ready to go for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what? All right. Let's say before I try to convince someone they should test their home, do we have more radon in Wyoming than, say, North Carolina? Like, what is it? Is it we do have uranium in our ground, like we mine that stuff.
Yes.
Is radon probably going to be more prevalent? Is it more of a problem in the West in Wyoming, or not really?
So, according to the EPA, the entire state of Wyoming, with the exception of 2 counties, I believe, is considered to be in zone 1, which means it is anticipated that a home is going to test at 4.0 picocuries or higher based on the amount of naturally occurring uranium. I haven't really looked into other states as far as where they sit. There is a map available on the EPA website that kind of shows that. But definitely here in Wyoming, EPA estimates that the chances of you testing your home and coming back with a high level is a high probability. That doesn't necessarily mean your home is going to test high. There's a lot of different variables that come into play from one house to another, depending on how much radon is actually getting into the home. But on average, you can anticipate, if you're testing, be prepared to see a high level.
Yeah, and if you're and be prepared not to see zero, because all homes have radon. You have some level of radon in your home. It's just a matter of whether it's a tolerable number, according to the EPA, what's getting you into a danger zone. There are known health risks. We've connected it with lung cancer, especially when you hear about people who, so-and-so has lung cancer, and you think, well, they never smoked a cigarette in their life. And you start wondering, maybe it's your home that's killing you. It's not going to kill you to go out and get tested, though, at least financially. Free and low-cost test kits available to folks in Wyoming. How do we do that?
Visit our website, health.wyo.gov/radon, and we have a section where you can order a test kit. We have a section you can find a radon professional who is certified in the state. And you can also find the library nearest to you who has radon monitors available for checkout.
It's Randy, I got to think it's a tough job because you never get an idea of how many people you might be saving. It's hard to even connect the radon to like being the definite cause of a cancer, but when it's too high in a home, that's just not healthy. And you need to take some measures. And what are some of the things they do to your house? Is it terribly invasive? Is it super expensive, or can it be mitigated pretty easily? It depends.
It can typically be mitigated fairly easily, not super invasive. A lot of the issues are going to be directed toward your basement, the lowest livable level of the home.
Yeah.
The most extreme is going to be the installation of a full radon mitigation system, which does include installing pipe that is going to be on the outside of the home, fans, things of that nature. So it's typically not too invasive and doesn't really obstruct anything within your home. And a lot of times it adds value to your home.
Yeah, and it's a decision you can make after your test. At least get tested.
Absolutely.
It's low or no cost. At least find out what you're dealing with, if anything. And, that can be done pretty easily. health.yo.gov. Go on the interwebs and find out how to get your test kit. Make sure your husband doesn't throw it out. It's not rat poison. It's radon test. I don't know what they look like. I'm just going off the TV show, The Office. But, yeah, thanks. Thanks for coming on, Randy.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, it's an important message, and we'll do what we can to move it along downstream. Hope everybody gets word. Have a great day.
You too.
That's Randy Norton Harrington. She's in charge of all things radon at the Wyoming Department of Health. Find out how you can get your test kit. Make sure your home is livable. Everybody got radon. Just how much do you got? And if it's too high, your home could slowly be killing you. Be smart. Do something now. Get a hold of Randy. health.yo.gov. That's going to do it for this hour. And we move into the final hour of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Coming up top of the hour, of course, Wendy Core's news. We'll see you on the other side of that. We got more to get to, more guests, more news, more everything. We're going to rodeo a little bit, and we'll check out this day in history. More coming up in the Cowboy State Daily Show on this Tuesday edition. We'll see you right after the news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Tuesday, February 18th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. 2 men lost their lives Saturday after the side-by-side UTV they were in fell through a patch of thin ice on Glendale Reservoir in Platte County. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that multiple agencies responded to the 911 call that came in just before 10 a.m., but by then it was too late.
At this time of year, the ice can be up to a foot thick on the Glendale Reservoir. But when you have rapid warmings and coolings like we've had in southern Wyoming, you can get these spots where it gets a little bit thinner, where the ice melts and then it refreezes again, so it's not quite as thick. And unfortunately, they just found one of these pockets where it was only 4 inches thick and they fell straight through. And there was just no chance for them, unfortunately.
One of the victims was 71-year-old Beulah resident Bill Pridgeon, which Cowboy State Daily confirmed via his brother, Hank. Hank thanked the first responders, who he called heroes, for attempting the rescue in the bitter cold. The identity of the second victim was not confirmed as of press time. Officials warned that Glendale Reservoir is not safe for winter recreation at the moment. Cheyenne residents Bill Lemke and Susie Degner are going through an insurance nightmare for something completely out of their control. The couple are rebuilding their home after a truck crashed into it during a freak accident last October, leaving a huge hole in the side of their house and at least $30,000 in damage. But Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson reports that State Farm Insurance is dropping their home coverage and no other company will insure them.
The problem is they have an open claim to fix those damages still. Lemke has not been able to find someone to perform the masonry needed to replace the brick wall on the house. So the open claim is just kind of sitting out there, and they're waiting till the spring when they'll realistically be able to find somebody to come do it. They're not able to find a new insurance carrier to replace State Farm as their provider for their home because of the open claim. So this is going to result in them possibly having a lapse in their coverage for at least a few months.
State Farm has informed the couple it will still pay out the property damages related to the car crash, but will drop their home insurance coverage once it expires April 1st. Well, although often overshadowed by mighty grizzlies, Wyoming's black bears are nothing to trifle with. But Outdoors reporter Mark Hines spoke to one bear expert who explained that in eastern states, black bears have unrestricted access to fresh crops, insects, and other rich foods. That calorie-loaded diet turns them into lumbering tanks that would make Wyoming's bears look puny by comparison.
They have rotating crops of wheat, soybeans, and corn. And so they just go in there and gorge. He sent me photos of one bear that was shot by a hunter there in 98, which is 880 pounds, which is, as far as anybody knows, that is the biggest black bear ever officially weighed. He, again, showed me pictures. This thing is gigantic, way bigger even than a lot of Wyoming grizzlies. But he said, really, at the end of the day, at least in his opinion, grizzlies are still scarier, or they still demand more respect.
For the most part, people don't worry about bear attacks in North Carolina and the surrounding region because they have plenty of crops and natural food sources to stuff themselves. However, research indicates that on the rare occasions that black bears do attack, the bear is actually trying to eat the person. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Do you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
Allusions to Frankenstein and The Matrix have punctuated discussion of new laws to protect food traditions and ban the sale of meat created in a laboratory. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that a group of lawmakers in Montana and Wyoming believe their states should join Alabama and Florida in banning lab-grown meat.
4 big meat packers are also interested in getting into the business of lab-produced meats, meaning they could basically cut the producer out of the equation and go from lab to table instead of farm to table.
Wyoming House Bill 168 passed out of the House and awaits a vote in the Wyoming Senate. In Montana, House Bill 401 remains under consideration by the Montana House. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
I had a pretty normal mom life. Everything was pretty good, and it was a very happy life.
And we just had a new baby. And then all of a sudden, within a day or two, she's on life support and fighting for her life.
They told me my only chance was a heart transplant.
And the American Heart Association helped make that possible. Their research helped save me.
The American Heart Association funds research that leads to medical breakthroughs, trains people in CPR, and certifies hospitals to provide the best care for people who've had a heart attack or stroke.
I am very thankful for the American Heart Association.
One simple act today can save your life or the life of a loved one.
Heart disease is the #1 killer in America. To learn more about how the American Heart Association is saving lives, go to helpheart.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues hour 4. We got a bunch of Renee Jean stories lined up for you when Renee joins the conversation. We also got to get to this day in history and do a little rodeo. I haven't even done a weather, but I'm too depressed to. I'm sure it's still winter outside. This day, 1861, the Treaty of Fort Wise, Kansas, signed by the Arapaho and Cheyenne, in which they gave up territory in Colorado between the North Platte and Arkansas rivers in exchange for a reservation between the Arkansas and Sand Creek in Colorado. And we know how that went. This day, 1862, U.S. Congress approved an act entitled The act to grant lands to Dakota, Montana, Arizona, Idaho, and Wyoming for university purposes. We lost a great one on this day in 1906. John B. Stetson died at the age of 75 in Florida, founder and creator of the most famous hat manufacturing company in the world, perhaps, the John B. Stetson. He died this day, 1906. In 1911, this day, an act providing that each county would have legislative representation signed into law by Governor Carey. This day, 1931, Governor Frank Emerson died in office, age 48. And on the same day, Alonzo Clark became governor of Wyoming due to the death of Governor Emerson. This day in 1931. This day in 1933, Governor Miller signed an act repealing enforcement of prohibition by Wyoming. The repeal was actually only partial at first. It took a period of many months before there would be a complete repeal. On this day in 1987, the cutthroat trout was declared to be the state fish. It happened on this day in 1987. This day is February 18th. Let's get Renee Jean into the Zoom room and talk about Renee's stories, beginning with, 3 cockeyed turkeys. I don't know what's wrong with these turkeys. They're a bunch of turkeys. Renee, what kind of trolling are you doing on the interwebs that you come across the turkey trot around a tombstone with the name Harris on it?
Oh, I just blame Jimmy for that. He's the one that assigned the story.
Aha. And Jimmy said, well, that's not normal behavior, is it, for turkeys? And then you found out, well, it kind of is. Turkeys are weird. They're kind of mean. And they're not all that smart. They might do this for a long time.
Oh, it's not, I don't think it's that they're not smart. They're intelligent birds but I mean, this is getting the other tom. It's what they're all about. You know, each turkey has a harem of like 5 to 6 hens. They want to keep those other toms away from their women. So they're going to chase each other around. And kind of once one of the birds went around the tombstone, that just meant all of them are going around and around and around until one of them catches them. Somebody interrupts them, a mountain lion comes along and eats one of them.
It could go on forever, until they
drop. You can tell from the picture, the video, they have done this for so long around this tombstone that they've beaten a path around it. So now it's kind of like a little divot that they'd have to jump out of. Whoever jumps out of that bird is going to be a little slower than the other 2 turkeys. So he's going to get, he's going to get got. He doesn't want to get got. So none of them are anxious to jump out of that divot anytime soon.
I got to think there's some kind of Zen feature to it, because even my dumbest dog I can think of owning, when you play the game of peekaboo and you go around something and you disappear out of the sight, even the dumbest dog will figure out, well, wait a minute, if they went that way, they'll come around this way in a minute. But these turkeys just don't even want to get to the point where they can figure out where the other guy's going.
Well, they know where the other guy's going.
They're just following. And it doesn't have to be the tombstone. You talk to folks who have raised turkeys, and they're like, it could be the John Deere tractor, whatever. They'll chase each other around something for a long time.
The thing is the stone feels like it's height, a place where they could hide, kind of. So there's not really anything else nearby that's bigger where they would feel more secure to run to that instead. They'll keep going this same direction until it feels like there's safety somewhere to get away from the turkey that's behind them.
Well, Renee, I don't know if you're going to get a Pulitzer with that story, but maybe the one about Yellowstone and the ancient undersea wasteland. You know, now that you mention it, and now that you mention it in your article, February 16th, about Monument Geyser Basin area of Yellowstone, I look at it now and I'm like, oh, I can totally see it. It looks like an ocean bed, the bottom of an ocean. And it was.
Yeah, well, it wasn't an ocean bed. Uh, at the time these smokers were made, it was a glacial lake. Okay, millions, millions, and millions of years ago, there was a shallow sea there, but that can't really explain these formations because after the sea, there was this big fat ice age that came down and scoured everything clean. So any cones or anything like that would have just been wiped out. Yeah, a mile to 2 miles of ice and just grinding on the face of the earth, and so any of those tiny structures like that would have been toast. But, the Ice Age didn't recede until 14,000 years ago. So these structures in Monument, Geyser Basin, they're young. They're the oldest of them the oldest they could possibly be is, like, 14,000, uh, or so years old, and, they would have the one speculation this is speculation on the scientist's part, but what makes sense to him is with all the hydrothermal activity there, you know, some of that ice is melting, it's accumulating, it's pooling, it's creating a glacial lake. So I don't how big was the lake? Well, probably about as big as Monument Geyser Basin, right? And in that lake, you get that action where you've got, hot water gushing out, mineral salts falling down and building these tall chimneys, these like cigar like structures that are quote smoking. They'll look like smoke underwater, but they're actually it's the minerals coming out and out of solution and dropping down.
Interesting. And just knowing there was an ice age that would have scraped these things right down to the ground, then we know there had to be something else after that ice age. Maybe this shallow sea.
Not a shallow sea. No, the shallow sea was first.
Okay.
Ice age that scoured everything clear. The thermal activity that continued during the ice age melted some of the glacier, creating a little lake under the ice, right? And that's where these smokers could form. It takes water to kind of lift everything, right? If you're above ground and there's no water, the kind of cones we get are fatter, squattier, shorter. Underwater, though, you've got that lift from the water, so things get taller and skinnier.
Let's talk eggs. I found the highest priced eggs you're ever going to see. Do you buy eggs, or do you have chickens, or what do you do?
I do buy eggs. I think, they are more expensive than I'm used to, but if you really look at a 70-calorie egg, you get all this protein, you get vitamin E, you get vitamin D, you get all your B vitamins. I think it's a superfood, really, and,
Yeah.
so I think it's still a pretty good value for a breakfast, even though it is a little more expensive than I'm used to, and I'm not loving that.
Well,
Nobody is.
you're probably not in the $18.99 for a dozen.
Where was that, in Hawaii or something?
Oh, no. What's the most expensive place on the planet? Teton County, or Hawaii. Yes. No, that was at a fancy place in Teton County. Now the regular eggs were less than that, but the ones where if you wanted to be assured your chicken was just walking around living its best life, your hen, these eggs were $18.99 a dozen. That's if you can find them. Your story about restaurants. What do restaurants do? They've got to pay more for eggs, pass that cost along to you, or some of them I just can't get eggs. What do you do to make the omelet? Good story.
Yeah. Well, and so we should say up front that Grable Bakery and Diner in Grable, or Bob's Bakery and Diner in Grable, that was just a one-day thing, and it was a combination of the weather and just logistics. The local grocery store, they were gonna cost, like, 70 cents an egg. The
Ooh.
Cisco, wholesaler that they had ordered some eggs from was bringing them eggs the next day for 55 cents an egg. To them, it didn't make sense to lose that 25 cents per egg loss basically for one day of business. So they just decided to close that day because of that, and work on bakery items that didn't use eggs. So uh, they're not shutting down or anything like that. They're still going strong, and they have a great business, great food. The community loves them. Uh, but so yeah, but it's hard for restaurants because their profit margins are always so tight anyway. And then you throw these meteoric increase in eggs into the equation, and some of them have taken to adding a surcharge for the egg. That way they don't have to print a new menu and then print another menu when prices go back down, right? Is so I think at first it's off-putting, maybe a surcharge, but you got to think they're thinking this is a temporary situation and they're not looking to pass that cost, keep that cost later when the egg prices go down. I think that's kind of transparency on their part.
Yeah, that sounds better to me than just all of a sudden the price of, scrambled eggs is through the roof and it'll stay there even when the egg prices stabilize, you would think. So surcharge, you get it. Everybody's hurting. We got to hit you with a little extra. I don't know. Are you expert enough, Renee, to look into your crystal egg and see if there's a way out of this? Is it all mostly because of these huge kill-offs that had to happen because of the fear of bird flu?
Exactly. So, in the past, what we've done to control the spread of bird flu, because it's very fatal to turkey and chicken flocks, and there are export and trade issues to consider because countries that don't yet have bird flu and don't want bird flu, if you're vaccinating your birds and they can become carriers without symptoms, well, those countries no longer want your birds because they don't want bird flu. And so the approach has been, if a flock gets bird flu, just destroy the whole flock, keep it from spreading from this location to another location, and that way, the economics is protected as well as other farmers' flocks of birds. But it's becoming so widespread now. Bird flu is circulating not only in wild bird populations, it's made the leap to mountain lions, to dairy cattle. Uh, so I think some of the thinking on that is going to change. Uh, they have, in fact, conditionally approved use of a vaccine for flocks that are in the wild bird flyways. That's the major vector that's bringing it into our domestic flock, are the wild birds. And they can have bird flu and not show any symptoms because they have immunities, right? But so there is a conditional use being proposed for those flyways to kind of control the spread that way, to keep it from, and then that way you wouldn't have to destroy quite as many flocks.
Interesting. I think those 3 cemetery turkeys got a touch of bird flu. Just circling, circling, circling. Well, we can't have our turkey because we can't catch it, Tom. We can't have our eggs and chickens because there aren't any. But we do have this for Valentine's Day. Joe Eason might be ambling your way, and he looks like Cupid, sort of. Oh. And you might want to pay him to go away. In fact, some people have tried, but once he is paid to deliver your singing telegram Valentine's, he's going through with it. The most you can do is maybe return the favor and hire him on the spot to run it back at the person who hired him. But Joe Eason, former heavy metal drummer, who he's got a side gig at least one weekend a year. Very interesting profile.
Yeah, I love this little side gig that he's got. And he does this all year. He does singing telegrams all year, but Valentine's is his Christmas. Valentine's is when the most people order a singing telegram. He's done as many as 35 for one Valentine's holiday. Not necessarily all on the same day, but the couple of days leading up to, and then the day itself, right? And I think that's just incredible. For one thing, I don't know how anybody sings from 7:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. That's a lot of singing, you
Well,
know?
you can call it singing. He admits he's a drummer for a reason. He's like, but yeah, singing. It is a lot of, that's a long day though.
Yeah, I would think that's kind of hard on your voice. And he does drink like honey lemon tea to try to uh soothe things a little bit there. But and then he's got a greatest hits, the songs
Oh,
most
geez.
requested. The top of that list is the love
Yeah.
is all that I can do
Yeah.
for you.
That's Nat King Cole. That's a classic. I listened to him do it though, and I'm like, ooh, he might be able to make some extra tips by just cutting the song short if offered money. But what a fun thing. Yeah, when Joe Eason's coming toward you at Valentine's, you better run. You only got a certain amount of time. I don't know if you're going to like his singing telegram. I love this couple that has turned a hobby and into an obsession into their life right now. Cheyenne stargazers. They love space so much they built their own observatory. She was into it first, and she got him into it, and he built and here they go. They're just staring at stars. She likes them when they're a little closer and she can see them, and he likes to find the ones that are really far away. What a cool couple.
Right? And I really related with Marcy because like Marcy, when I was growing up, I wanted to be an astronaut. And I said it, out on the playground one day, and these little boys that were around were like, girls can't be astronauts. And later I learned that girls can't play chess, and I learned that girls don't play with cars, and all these girls don't kind of things. And so when she was growing up, girls aren't interested in space and the stars, no. But Marcy was, and she stuck to her guns. She kind of built her whole life, up around this interest in the stars. She taught classes at LCCC. She, right now, she's the earthsky.org editor. And she met her husband, their first date was going to a star party.
Yeah.
So she's living the good life because she stuck to her guns and chased what she was interested in. And to me, that's really cool.
Yeah, really cool. Great story about this Cheyenne couple that you always catch them looking up. They're looking in, they got their head in the stars 24/7, but that's okay. That's where they want it. Renee, you've been awesome. Appreciate having you on. When are we going to see you again? Thursday?
Thursday.
I like it. Thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
That's Renee G, and you got to read her stories in the Cowboy State Daily. Former heavy metal drummer turned singing Cupid delivers the love, mostly the embarrassment. Cheyenne stargazers love space so much they built their own observatory. Read more about this Cheyenne couple in the Cowboy State Daily. I don't know why those turkeys are circling the gravestone. They'll circle anything. You put 3 toms in a room and they'll just start doing all kinds of dumb stuff. Could be a touch of the bird flu, and the bird flu is the cause for egg prices through the roof. Find out what restaurants are doing to adjust and pass the cost on to you. Wow, is this an omelet or Wagyu steak? Holy cow. Yeah, eggs getting pricey. We got to take a quick break. We'll come right back with more, including rodeo stuff, in just a moment. It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Thanks for riding along with us on this Tuesday.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker. New from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven,
Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
No young person should ever have to worry about having a safe place to sleep at night, or a warm meal to eat, or whether anyone cares about them.
But the reality is, 1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year.
But the good news is, there's an organization making a big difference. Covenant House.
For over 50 years, Covenant House has been helping youth in crisis and giving them the support and the tools they need to succeed in life.
I have no words to express how Covenant House changed my life. They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding.
When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, and love, most of all love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges, and their lives are transformed.
Covenant House is changing the lives of young people in cities across America.
To learn more, go to covenanthouse.org today. Thank you for caring.
One more time before you wake up in the wild. In your eyes, I see a flower slowly dying.
Together with the Nature Conservancy, you have the power to make a difference. For unspoiled nature, for beautiful wildlife, and for people everywhere. Together, we can find a way to ensure that all life on Earth can thrive.
Oh, in the wild, you're gonna make it. The moonlight is here to take you.
Our natural world needs us now. Every day, we lose more lands, waters, and the wild species that depend on them. To learn more, visit nature.org today.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues here, hour 4. Well, sometimes even having an adult in the room doesn't help things. There was no adult in the room when the shot was fired, when the gun went off, and when the adult in the room did arrive, even dumber decisions were made. Allegedly. We're talking about the continued story from Dale Killingback. 16-year-old Casper boy accidentally shot in the head and killed while smoking pot and playing a video game with his friends. We knew that happened back last Wednesday. We knew an 18-year-old was charged with involuntary manslaughter. Luca Rasmussen was the one who fired the shot accidentally. It looks like they're all smoking pot, playing video games, goofing around with guns when Luca Rasmussen, 18-year-old, pulled out a pistol. It was a Glock 22. He rested it on his right thigh, and he believed the gun to be unloaded. What happens? Boy, every time you think about somebody who was shot accidentally, and I thought the gun was unloaded. Well, you don't have to think. It's not guesswork. It's either loaded or not loaded. And it's up, if any time you handle a firearm, it's the first thing you do. Check if it's loaded. It doesn't matter if the sheriff of your county or a Wyoming Highway Patrol officer or somebody in law enforcement says, oh yeah, you want to see my gun? It's a model such and such. It's a blah, blah, here you go. It's unloaded. And he hands it to you. The first thing you do is check yourself, verify. Anyway, this 18-year-old, what does he know? He's allegedly high on pot. They were smoking pot. I can't attest to the level of his highness. But I did want to address the follow-up to the story from Dale Killingback, which is equally disturbing. Teens will be teens, boys will be boys, right? The father of one of the teens, when it was brought to his attention after the gun pops off, downstairs comes mom, I guess. They all knew this was going on, that the kids were gathered together. Luca, the 18-year-old who did fire the shot, said that they had started using marijuana weekly, or somebody had. They were at the home of, and by the way, the victim's name has been released finally. The 16-year-old Riley Sears of Casper is the deceased. The home is identified only by the initials TW. Rasmussen told police he went to the home on East 8th Street in Casper after being picked up around 3 o'clock by a 17-year-old identified as TW, who lives at the home. TW had just completed his shift at Wendy's. He said, come on over to my house. They picked up Sears, the 16-year-old. They went back to the house to play a video game on the second floor bedroom of the residence. While in the bedroom, Rasmussen said all three smoked marijuana from a vape pen that Sears had brought. They also smoked marijuana flower from either TW or his father, who was at the home, presumably the homeowner. He told police the father knew they were smoking marijuana. Strike number one for father. Rasmussen told police he brought the pistol with him. He had bought it from a 20-year-old friend. He had never shot it. He had never really done much of anything with it. It came with ammunition and an extended magazine. Rasmussen stated he had never fired the gun before. He wasn't sure how it worked. Sometimes he would clear the chamber and a round would get stuck in the firearm, but he basically was a novice gun owner who did not know that he had a round in the chamber. And he, at one point, he sat down with his right hand, placed his right hand on his right thigh with a pistol in it. The gun went off. And when guns go off, Murphy's Law, they're pointed right at somebody. It couldn't have hit the wall. It couldn't have hit something else. It hit Sears right in the head. He fell out of his chair. Rasmussen and TW began to shake Sears, trying to wake him up. Rasmussen recalled Sears saying at one point, help. Rasmussen told police he tried to do CPR, but he had never been trained at it. He didn't want to further hurt Sears. Meanwhile, there was a female in the house, heard screaming, left her bedroom, went downstairs, got TW's father, who called police. And then it was the 52-year-old father of TW that told Rasmussen, the shooter, get rid of the gun. Rasmussen said he ran out the back door of the main floor of the residence, ran to a shed, threw his gun behind the shed. Of course, later the gun was found. Accidental round chambered that Rasmussen did not know about. But where are the adults in the room? Allowing the marijuana smoking, okay. Some parents do that. They're more tolerant than others. But your first piece of advice, finding out you've got a 16-year-old shot in the head by another one, get rid of the gun. Are you not 52 years old? Like, get rid of the gun. Now, what world, on what planet is that ever going to work? What are you trying to accomplish there? We're going to move to Elon Musk, his Doge, and his downsizing. He is ripping through the government. Ripple effects already being felt in Wyoming. We'll do that right after we rodeo. It's the Western Ag Network's Rodeo Roadshow with Will Rasmussen. Am I ready for it? I might not be. Hold on. Stand by. I'll be ready for it in 2 shakes. We did play you a little bonus rodeo, though, earlier today, did we not? I mean, that was fun to see the Thompson sisters laying down some nylon, man. Took home $12,000 over that Tulsa rodeo over the Valentine's Day weekend. That's how the Thompson sisters roll. You can save the sweets and the flowers. They want cold, hard cash, swinging a rope. Good job and congrats to the Thompson sisters out of Yoder. All right, where am I? Rodeo Roadshow, and let's let Will do the rest of the work on the Cowboy State Network. We'll be back right after this from Western Ag.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Today, the new world champion bareback rider, 22-year-old Dean Thompson from Northeast Utah, went to his second national finals rodeo, won over $240,000 there at the NFR, went into the world standings number 4th, walked away with a world title. World champion Dean Thompson on the Roadshow next.
Thawing out a water tank at 30 below is not fun. Keep your water open this winter with the tank heater from Western Ranch Supply. This is Shane, and at Western Ranch, we carry a full line of heaters from sinking, floating, and propane to heaters for automatic waters. With thermostats and elements in stock, we can get repair parts to you immediately. Don't let Mother Nature catch you by surprise. Pick up a tank heater or call and have us deliver it. Western Ranch Supply, serving the big country.
Join Sandhill Red Angus on Tuesday, March 4th at Sydney Livestock, Sydney, Montana, where they will be selling 90 Red Angus bulls and a tremendous set of females, as they're offering 75 red bred heifers and 75 first calf pairs. Red heifers will weigh 1,050 to 1,100 pounds and will be sorted for a one-cycle calving period. Pairs will all have AI calves at side and be ready for delivery mid-April to the 1st of May. It's the Sandhill Red Angus sale Tuesday, March 4th. Bid online with Frontier Live Sale. Visit sandhillredangus.com for more.
I was just looking at you talk about your year. Holy cow. You know, I saw you win at the rodeos where I was. Greeley, Colorado, Tucson, Arizona, Montgomery, Alabama Sisters, Oregon, Ogden, Utah. Man, what a year, huh? What a year.
Absolutely, Will. I mean, I didn't even realize that I'd won that much until I looked back on the year and, you know, somebody had posted something about all the wins, and I was kind of blown away. You know, these are some awesome rodeos. And then so I rolled into the NFR sitting 4th, and, you know, I knew I had a pretty good shot. And then to go and just keep drawing like I was and just keep riding like I was riding in the NFR, it was you know, it was just a year that really, after you spend your entire life just saying, what do I need to do? What happened this year that didn't lead me to the world title? What happened last year that didn't lead me to the world title, you know, and just keep asking that question, you know, until it finally led me there. And so now I went from the guy trying to climb that hill, and now I'm going with the target on my back. So I think this year's going to be a little bit of a different attitude.
Dean Thompson was a Utah State high school wrestling champion at 152 pounds not all that long ago. Now he's a world champion bareback rider. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
We are back, and we are continuing hour 4 of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Wyoming's not immune from Trump and Musk's downsizing of the federal government. Effects are already being felt out west in Wyoming, in the forest, and in the parks. There has been... we don't have numbers. Cowboy State Daily has asked for actual numbers. Leo Wilson has been on the story, And we have asked the Forest Service and the Park Service, how many people have you lost? What does it look like? I don't think they know quite yet what is the fallout when the smoke clears. Mary Cernicek, representative with the Bridger Teton, said her department still didn't have a number for total employees laid off as of Monday of this week. The Park Service as well, what we're hearing is mostly folks on probationary periods. In other words, new hires that were still doing their first year of probationary periods. They were the first ones to get let go as cuts are now digging deep in the Forest Service and the Park Service. Wyoming's congressional delegation, meanwhile, spoke highly of Trump's efforts to downsize the federal government. There are around 8,100 federal workers in the state of Wyoming, and President Donald Trump has made cutting government waste a cornerstone of his new administration. Of course, doing that, playing the heavy, is Elon Musk and the so-called Doge movement through Washington. And already we're seeing some layoffs and firings in Wyoming. I know Senator Majority Whip John Barrasso has been in agreement with what Trump's doing. President Trump campaigned on draining the swamp, Barrasso said, and that's exactly what Doge is doing. The federal government is too big, spends too much, and it's time to take a good look at how every penny of hardworking taxpayer money is being spent. And already some of these cuts being made and being seen and being felt in the state of Wyoming. We got to take a quick break. We'll come back with a final stretch here on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We're right after these.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
What is the Religious Freedom Restoration Act, and why does Wyoming need it? In 1990, the U.S. Supreme Court tried to give government more power to step into the First Amendment religious rights of Americans. That decision concerned so many people that in 1993, Congress passed legislation called the Religious Freedom Restoration Act. That happened in a nearly unanimous bipartisan vote. This legislation simply returned cases on religious freedom to the long-held standard that the Supreme Court had tried to overturn. Since that legislation only applied to the federal government, it was also determined that each state should pass its own laws protecting religious freedom. Since then, 28 other states have passed these kind of laws, and even more have court opinions providing similar protections. Sadly, Wyoming is not one of them. It's time for Wyoming to defend the First Amendment and pass a Wyoming Religious Freedom Restoration Act.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust in wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals
And provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We're back in studio. Wyoming did pretty well on a report concerning animals, wildlife protection, endangered and threatened species, etc. The new report comes from Smile Hub. It looked at all 50 states using 17 key metrics. And the data set ranged from the number of animal charities per capita to the presence of endangered species legislation to the overexploitation of wild species. With over 1,600 endangered and threatened species across the country, every state has to do its part to protect wildlife, and Wyoming's doing pretty well, according to the numbers anyway. And we get the stats again from Smile Hub. Wyoming ranked number 2, second best overall. And where we ranked high, by the way, and these studies released in Best Charities for Animals and Best States for Wildlife Protection in 2025. Wyoming ranked particularly high in state wildlife grants per capita. We have a lot of state wildlife grants. Also in our invasive species threat ranking, we are not high on the list for invasive species threat, probably because of a lot of mitigation that's been done to make sure invasive species don't get into Wyoming, whether it's water or weeds. Overexploitation is another area where Wyoming's not particularly concerned. We've done well there. Some of the lower ranking scores for Wyoming when it comes to animal wildlife protection are: we don't have many animal charities per capita. We rank 23rd there, 23rd out of 25. And these are perhaps not rankings, but scorings. You can score 1 is the best, 25 is the worst. So 23 in animal charities per capita. Another place where Wyoming's falling short perhaps is vulnerability to climate change. Maybe there's nothing we can do about that, but Wyoming gets a 24 score there, a state very vulnerable to climate change and what it could do to our wildlife. And land use change threat ranking also was a little bit disturbing, but otherwise, overall, Wyoming did pretty well in the Smile Hub comparisons of every state and how well it does in taking care of its wildlife. I'm trying to find who ranked number 1. Colorado was 3rd ranked, 3rd best. Oregon was 4th. California 5th. And it was Vermont. Oh, wow. Vermont ranked number 1. Best states for wildlife protection. Vermont number 1. Wyoming 2. Colorado, Oregon, and California rounding out the top 5. Worst states for animal protection. Nevada, Mississippi, South Carolina, Alabama, Kansas also included in the bottom 5 in the best states for wildlife protection. Smile Hub research came out just on February 18th. Well, that's today. So brand new data. Other stories we're following in the Cowboy State Daily this morning. What else? I'm going to do a quick Don Day weather for. I haven't even looked at the weather. I just want to know what the weather is going to do to me, and then I'll queue up our next movement.
It'll be a battle of the Arctic versus the Pacific again today across Wyoming. Far western Wyoming will see some areas of snow. We'll have brisk west winds, and temperatures, relatively speaking, won't be very cold, 20s and 30s in the far west and southwest areas of the state. As Pacific air heads eastward, though, it eventually collides with Arctic air that'll be draped along and east of the Continental Divide. From the Bighorn Basin to the I-90 corridor to the I-25 corridor, along those areas and east of those areas, deep Arctic air will be in place. So be ready for some sub-zero temperatures across the far north and northeast areas of the state, sub-zero to single-digit temperatures along and east of I-25. Now, later today and tonight into Wednesday, snow will develop in those areas that are overrun by Arctic air. So expect some snow, especially in parts of the southeast, far south, and far eastern counties of the state, enough for some accumulations in icy roads and highways. We're expecting another very cold night tonight in the northern and eastern areas, the same for tomorrow night, before we start to see Chinook winds and moderating temperatures by the end of the week and the weekend.
Thank you, Don. I know some of you, especially east of the Divide, are feeling some frigid effects, but not so on the other side of the mountain chain. It's winter, but it's not horrible. But some of you folks, yeah, you're single-digit stuff today, tomorrow, and for a little bit. This story from Anna Louise Jackson for the Cowboy State Daily concerning the sell-off of old signs from WYDOT. Welcome to Wyoming signs. The old ones looked like this. And if you're enjoying the podcast, you get to see what the old ones look like. They're being auctioned off right now by WYDOT. And they range in size. Some of the smaller ones could be as small as 8 by where did I have where I had how big they are? It's like 8 by 14, I think might be the average one. Some of these are getting $800 online to as much as $3,100 in an online auction for the old signs. Yeah, they come in a variety of shapes and sizes. Some people like the old signs, and these auctions do pretty well for WYDOT. They're raising money to put back into their programs, right back into the sign program. WYDOT's spokesperson, Doug McGee, said, we trying to get more money back than the sign costs to make. And I would assume for the most part at $3,000 a sign in some cases that they're doing that. New signs have gone up all across the state. Have you seen these yet? Here's a podcast share of what the new signs look like. It's the 5-photo montage, 5 different areas of Wyoming. I love the fact that Wyoming, we can't decide on any one place being beautiful enough for the sign. We need 5 different ones. That's great. That shows what kind of state we are. There could be maybe 10 photos, and you still wouldn't cover the state. But for me, I'm not about the photo. I just want a simple sign with a bucking horse. I don't even see the bucking horse on these new signs, and that's a travesty. It's got to be on there somewhere, right? But the old sign's up for auction. I think you can still get in on the auction. If you're looking, still on Gripe, online auction bids ranging from $800 to $3,000. The auction lasts through February 25th. As many as 30 signs will be available in various sizes. So get online and make your bid. Maybe you'll own one of these old yesterday's Wyoming, welcome to Wyoming signs. Well, that is going to about do it for us. We're still waiting. Hopefully, we'll get confirmation today on two things. One, will they get that traffic rerouted into the eastbound tunnel by tomorrow? That was the hope. So then that Interstate 80 traffic will be slowed down, certainly at the tunnels in Green River, but you won't have truckers going through Green River. And normally going downtown Green River, you got 1,500 cars a day. Lately, it's been 18,000 vehicles a day. It's just ridiculous. And it's tough for that small little town of 11,000 people. So we'll see if YDOT gets that together and gets the temporary reroute going, which will mean oncoming traffic through the one tunnel. And we'll also try to get an ID on the second man who died in the UTV accident on Glendale Reservoir, the side-by-side that broke through the water, drowning two men. One we know is Bill Pridgeon, 71-year-old Beulah resident. We found out through his brother Hank that it was Bill, but the other identity still has not been released, and we'll stay on that and try to find out more on that. Plus, new news is getting made all the time, and we'll have new news, no doubt, first thing tomorrow when we get on the air. But for now, that's going to do it for the Tuesday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show. The Green River Tunnel fire fix underway as authorities mourn the loss of 3 lives in the fiery Friday crash. Detour traffic rolling heavy through Green River has already inconvenienced locals. 2 dead after the side-by-side breaks through the ice and sinks in Glendale Reservoir. Wyoming already feeling the effects of DOJ cuts to forest and park personnel. Wyoming ranchers fight against lab-grown beef. And 3 turkeys trotting around a gravestone proves that, the bird flu might be real. They got a touch of that and maybe something else. These stories and more is what we covered in the Tuesday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We'll see you again tomorrow. Have a great Tuesday.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.